You're ready?
Oh, sorry. I'd like to call this meeting to order, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting for April 30th. Victor, can you please call roll call?
Nee present. Member Washburn.
Present.
Washburn present. Member Pilpil.
Present.
Pilpil present. Member Sims.
Present.
Sims present. Member David.
Present.
David present. Member Highland. Present. Highland present. Member Oka.
Present.
Oka present. Vice Chair Fisher.
Present.
Fisher present. Chair Grant.
Present.
Grant present. We have a quorum.
Great. Okay. Are there any agenda changes? Well, actually, I have one that we can discuss for item number 6 regarding file number 13037. Anonymous has requested a continuance, and Supervisor Campos's office has agreed to the continuance. So if we're in agreement with that, I'd like to see if there's a motion to continue to discuss, if anyone has any discussion about it.
If the will of the task force is to continue it, then so be it. I would prefer if we can deal with it tonight to hear the matter. But
I just need is there a motion to continue? We can discuss it. Both parties have asked for continuance.
Both of them.
Move to continue.
Second.
Great. Like to open up to any discussion? Is there any public comment about continuing item number 6? Sorry. If not, public comment is closed.
to continue to when?
To the call of the chair. Victor, just to be clear, is that what was decided when you spoke with both parties?
No date was
Great.
decided.
Okay, so to the call of the chair. Let's take a roll call vote on this.
On the motion to
Be clear.
continue item number 6 to the call of the chair, Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpil.
I'll support it. Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant.
Aye.
Grant, aye. The motion passes.
Great. Does anyone have any other agenda changes that they'd like to discuss?
I have one.
Oh, that's the phone.
I believe that Anonymous is on the phone line. Anonymous, would you like to make a statement or a request?
Yes, I would, Ms. Pierre.
Can you turn it up? We can't hear.
There seems to be a discrepancy.
Can you tell her we're waiting so we can't hear her?
One moment, please. We're trying to turn up the phone.
Are you ready?
Yes, please make your statement.
Yes. Are you able to hear me now?
Are we able to what?
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, now we can. Thank you.
Well, I would like to point out that there is a discrepancy with the cases that I have, with the complaints I have filed against you.
I'm sorry. Anonymous? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but can you, maybe if you could, are you speaking directly into the phone? Because you're going in and out.
Yes, I am. I'll try to keep it in front of me.
Okay, thank you.
There's a discrepancy with the complaint that I filed with the Human Rights Commission as opposed to what's actually on the agenda. And I do acknowledge that there was a change in personnel with the clerk for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Is the Sunshine Task Force aware that there are a total of 8 complaints that I filed against the San Francisco Human Rights Commission?
Are we aware of the number of complaints? Yes, we are. I believe in your conversations with our administrator, Victor, did you guys decide to break them up? Or how did you guys come to?
One moment, I am reviewing the file. I believe that under file number 12042, if you look through the file, a copy of all the complaints are in there. We combine all the files into one complaint.
And you had discussed that with Anonymous?
I do not know for sure, but I believe that we saw them as similar complaints, and we only created one file number for those complaints.
Okay. So all of them fall under that one complaint, 12042?
That is my belief, yes.
Okay. Anonymous, so we are aware that there are other complaints that have been, since they were the same issue, have been put into file number 12042 to be voted on that way.
That file is pertaining to Ms. Areola.
Uh-huh.
And there are a couple of different files for Ms. Cowan.
Which is that, now, do you notice for file number 13002?
I believe I was incorrect. I believe it's 13002. I believe there are approximately 8.
So yes, under Anonymous, under file number 13002, these are your complaints that were filed against Cheryl Cowan, Teresa Sparks, Lupe Areola, and Mulaine Ahern. And so those were combined for the same issue, but for different people?
There's two issues there. There's one issue in regards to a separate incident with Ms. Cowan, and that complaint is dated January the 17th.
Have that?
Madam Chair,
I believe all of those complaints are accounted for, and all of those respondents are accounted for in complaint number 13002.
I'm looking at the complaint, and what I'm trying to get you to understand is that the complaint on January 17th is a different complaint. It's a similar issue, the same issue, but it's for different documents. It's a different document that's requested on January the 17th as opposed to what is requested from Ms. Cowan on September the 25th of 2012.
We understand that, and that's in the complaint. Pages 43 through 48 of the packet includes 8 different complaints, the 4 individuals with different dates and slightly different circumstances, but it was all put in one file.
Yeah.
We're likely to hear all that very shortly.
So we definitely, yes, so we are aware of that, Ms. Anonymous. So if that was your question, then we definitely are aware that those 8 complaints are within that file. And we will be
I'm ready to proceed when you are.
Okay, great. So why don't we get started? And I wanted to tell you, since file number, hold on, item number 2, 12041, 12042, and 13002. Now, are you saying that that's a different, because I looked at them and I do see that I was going to allow you to have, we will vote individually on each item, but I was going to allow you the time so you don't have to keep repeating yourself, 15 minutes to just say it all at one time. And then we can vote individually on each file number after.
Well, I would like, what are you saying again? Are you saying that on
file number 12041, your complaint, that is the same complaint in regards to result of, for the item from dated September 26, 2012 against Teresa Sparks. And then you have Lupe Areola, which is the exact same item for the item they didn't respond in a timely manner on September 26, 2012. I was going to allow you, rather than having to start over each time, to give you the opportunity of a longer time to talk at once, and then we will vote individually on each item, but that way you don't have to keep repeating yourself, and we can give you the opportunity to just say everything you want to say in one and give you a longer amount of time, the appropriate amount of time.
All right, we can do that.
Okay, great.
Public comment on the motion?
There's no motion. 10 minutes, because we're going to do these two items, because I do think that perhaps for item number 3, you might have to, 13002, we need to do that separately.
Okay. Item number 2, file number 12041, complaint filed by Anonymous against Teresa Sparks, San Francisco Human Rights Commission for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.25 for failure to respond to requests for public records in regards to the results of an investigation in a timely manner dated September 26, 2012. Item number 3, file number 12042, complaint filed by Anonymous against Lupe Areola, San Francisco Human Rights Commission for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.25 for failure to respond to requests for public records in a timely manner dated September 26, 2012.
So,
Member Pilpel?
this is Member Pilpel. I just had a disclosure. I know most of the individuals involved here, in particular Ms. Areola. I don't believe that my knowledge and acquaintance with these individuals rises to the level that requires recusal, nor would it interfere with my objectivity in the matter. But I did want to state that on the record.
Anonymous, do you have any issues with that?
Yes, I do. I would like Commissioner Pelpel to recuse himself.
Okay.
On all 3 matters?
Yes.
Okay.
You know what? I'm okay with that. So,
Great. We have a quorum, and we
so
can...
then why don't someone make a motion, we'll vote, and then I'll...
Madam Chair,
Member Nee?
move to recuse recuse Member Pilpel on items 2, 3, and 4 of today's agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It's moved in second. Sorry, Victor.
Yes, is there any public comment on this matter?
Yeah, I was going to ask if there's any other comment from the members' commission. Is there any public comment on this issue?
Ray Hart, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and I think Anonymous was very, very wise in asking Mr. Pelpel to recuse himself. He cannot in any way, shape, manner, or form pretend to be anything but a person on the side of the city and against complainants. In fact, this past Monday, he appeared before the Ethics Commission and gave the impression, after identifying himself as a member of the task force, talked about Sunshine Matters as if he was speaking on behalf of the task force. Mr. Pilpel is not a fair actor. He is a dishonest person who sits on this board and votes against the complainants in almost every single case. I think if you go back and look at his record, it is 95% or better against the complainant and in favor of the city. In fact, I'm going to talk later tonight about the fact that he actually used his position on this task force to undermine the enforcement of an order that was sent to him in his committee as a matter of trying to undermine this task force. And in result, he did undermine this task force. I don't believe he can actually be fair on any complainant's hearing, as I've asked several times to have him, recused from my hearings. I don't think he can pretend. He ingratiates himself with members of the city government. He goes around the city hall night after night, straightening bulletin boards, looking for meetings he can go into, and then he goes in and goes, "I'm David Pilpel of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force," and proceeds to give them advice, making no distinction that he's speaking on his own behalf, talking as if he's representing the task force on Sunshine Matters. He's a dishonest person, and he can look down and he can try to pretend not, but he is nothing but a quisling who works for the city government and does what he can to undermine the public and the public's right to know.
Good evening, task force members. Thomas Piccarello. I would have liked to see the task force explore with Mr. Pilpel his relationship. with the respondents before you make any motions. I think it could, it set a bad precedent if a complainant can just automatically chuck a task force member without a good reason. So I would prefer to see some discussion regarding Mr. Pipel's relationship with the respondent before a complainant is allowed to dismiss a task force member. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment on this issue?
Yes, I'd like to make a comment.
Well, I'm sorry, Anonymous. You can't because you're a party.
You can on the.
On this issue. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
Can I comment?
Yes, please. Sorry.
Well, I echo the Mr. Hart. I do think that there is an issue in his relationship with the respondent. And this is supposed to be an objective body, and I don't think that his input would be objective. And since he did state that he had a relationship, for the record, I am not prejudiced against him. I would just like for him not to be a part of the decision that's passed.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a motion. I'm hoping you can hear that we have a motion, and he has said he would recuse himself, and we have a motion right now with the task force to take a vote on that. Victor, can you do a roll call vote?
On the motion to recuse,
Or we could do it without objection.
on the motion to recuse Member Pilpel from items 2, 3, and 4, Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpel.
I do vote on this, yes.
Pilpel, aye. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member David.
No.
David, no. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant.
Aye.
Grant, aye. The motion passes.
Great. So did we get to the jurisdiction issue?
We have not discussed
Okay,
jurisdiction at this time.
Okay, so I'm sorry, who is here for the Human Rights Commission? Oh, okay. Do you guys contest, I just want a quick question. Do you guys contest jurisdiction? We're just on jurisdiction. Okay. And Anonymous, obviously, you don't contest jurisdiction.
That is correct.
Okay. You don't have to come up yet. Give me a sec. Okay. Can I get a motion in that case to accept jurisdiction?
So move.
Second.
Great, it's been moved in second. Is there any public comment on the issue of jurisdiction? If not, I'm going to close public Member Nee? Can I close?
Yeah, is public comment closed now?
I was getting ready to close it. Public.
Yeah, I have a question on jurisdiction.
Okay.
This complaint, as near as I can tell, does not involve a withholding of public record. It involves the lack of conclusion of a matter that's before the Human Rights Commission. I don't see where that falls under the jurisdiction of the task force. Perhaps Mr. Colo would have an opinion agreeing or disagreeing with what I've said, but I don't see jurisdiction here.
Okay. Would you care to respond to that?
Well, in the memo that was prepared, my office did address the issue that the task force does not have jurisdiction as to whether or not, they handled an administrative, HRC handled an administrative complaint in a timely manner. The task force only has jurisdiction to determine whether or not there was a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance or CPRA, so it's up to the task force whether or not to find jurisdiction in this matter if there's an issue that needs to be addressed here.
Okay. I'd like to open up to any of the other members of the task force. You guys have any question?
I was going to I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I think that I would like to hear from the complainant. Maybe there's more here than what we're seeing. And since the HRC is not objecting to jurisdiction, I would like to go ahead and hear it.
Member Sims?
Well, yeah, I was kind of going to go the same way, that I think we need to kind of get to the, I guess, the meat of the matter, the substance of the complaint before we come to that, because there could be some information that might be relevant, but I'm not sure yet.
Member Nee?
Well, perhaps we could ask the complainant what, if any, requested records have been withheld or illegally redacted, if the complainant would like to respond.
Anonymous, can you hear that question?
The complaint was filed because if we were dealing with 12041, am I correct?
I'm sorry, can you speak into the phone again? I can't hear you.
Complaint number 12041, am I correct?
12041 and 12042. So what, yeah, we can start with 12041.
There was never a response from Ms. Sparks.
There was never a response. And
There was
what?
never a response.
Okay. And what were you specifically asking for? What
All of the
documents?
documents for my file.
Member Nee?
Well, that's not what that's not what is listed in the complaint, at least not in 12041.
So Anonymous, in 12041, what you asked, there's an IDR for what was the complaint? What are you requesting? That's what document? An IDR on what?
An IDR on my file with the information that they claim to have investigated.
Okay, so you're saying that you did not receive, okay.
Yes, I'm asking for all of the information in my file that the HRC has.
So you asked for an IDR and you never received anything?
I never received a response from Ms. Sparks.
For your file?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on one second. Wait, can you sit down for 1 second? Though, let's just, thank you. Unless you want to, Member Washburn?
I think the problem is that the complainant's handwritten complaint that she filed with us states that what she wanted was a decision made in her case. But then if you read later on, you see that, and this is from Ms. Moyed, that the complainant first made an IDR for a copy of her discrimination complaint file. So it looks like, just as she said, she asked for a copy of the complaint file, although that's not what she wrote.
In the handwritten.
In the handwritten description of the violation.
Which is why.
Can I?
Yes, please go ahead, Anonymous.
I think that we're jumping ahead of the comments that Commissioner Washburn made are going to come into play with complaint 1302.
Okay.
At this point, as I said, that at different times I have been told by Ms. Ariola that my case there would be a determination made. And that I will go into when we're talking about 12042, unless you'd like me to go into it right now. So originally, it was supposed to have been made, a decision was supposed to have been rendered August the 20th of 2012. I was given that date by Ms. Ariola. So on August 15th, I'm told that it's not going to be ready. And this invisible date keeps going forward. So on the 26th, I'm asking for a copy, even though it may not be properly articulated, but they should comprehend what I'm talking about. I'm talking about my file. I'm asking for a copy of everything in my file. Ms. Clark never responds, and Ms. Ariola responds on the 26th, and she goes that, she says that, actually Ms. Cowan responds on the 26th of September.
Okay, Anonymous, Anonymous, I just want to interrupt you because I want you to get into the meat of your case, but I just wanted to, we just want to be clear what it was that you're asking for. And I think, remember, so you explained it. So you were asking for your file, and that you never received your file.
That is correct.
Okay, so, Member Nee, do you have any more questions or anything? Okay.
On a vote to determine jurisdiction, Member Nee.
Okay, this is on both complaints, 41 and 42.
41 and 42.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Pilpel.
He's recused.
Sorry, recused. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant.
Aye.
Grant, aye. The motion passes.
Great. So, Ms. Anonymous, I'm going to allow you to speak to issue number 12041 and file number 12042, and I'd like to give you 10 minutes to talk about both of those issues, however you choose to do that. Okay?
All right.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, you can go.
Well, as I stated on file number 12041 with Ms. Clark, I'm requesting all of the information of my file. And I never receive a response from Ms. Clark ever. And on the 16th, on September the 26th, Ms. Ariola responds, and she tells me in the email that she can't find one of the witnesses, and they need more information from the respondent. So I would like to go to a previous date in regards to 12042, because as I said, the case involving Ms. Clark, there was never any response from her. So on July 15th, 2012, I had, in an email to Ms. Ariola, I had asked her to write me a letter to verify that my case was still being investigated by the HRC, because I was going to go back to court. On July 10th, Ms. Ariola responded to the request I made on July 5th with a letter stating that my case was still under investigation with the HRC. I met with Ms. Ariola on July 24th, and she stated that the HRC should have a determination in my case by August the 20th. That is what she told me when I met with her at the HRC. So on August the 15th, Ms. Ariola told me that she needed more time to conduct the interview, the case would not be ready to close on August the 20th, as she had previously said in the month of July. So on the 25th, I'm very, very concerned as to what is going on naturally. So on the 25th, I'm requesting my information. On the 26th, I'm requesting this information. And on the 25th, Ms. Ariola responds that she's working diligently to review all of the evidence. This is her response in regards to my request, I suppose. She's working diligently to review all of the evidence. And on the 26th, she says that she cannot locate a witness, and they need more information from the respondent. So I do not get anything from my case as of the 26th of September of 2012. On October the 11th, because now I'm wondering what is really going on with my case. On October the 11th, Ms. Ariola's supervisor, Ms. Ahorn, emails me and tells me that she's responding to the letter written on the 25th requesting a decision and by the 28th. But this is October the 10th that her supervisor has written to me. So, and she goes on to say that, you know, due diligence is required. And with that, that was on September the 11th, and then she says on October the 12th, I'm sorry. On October the 12th, Ms. Ahorn says that the case is still under the investigation. So on October the 16th, my case closes. So on October the 18th, I'm making another IDR request for immediate disclosure of my documents. On October the 19th, what I received from Ms. Ariola in an email is a copy of documents that I had given her. So now I'm really baffled as to this due diligence and thorough investigation that they've talked about in their emails. What's in there is everything I've already given her. There's nothing there from interviewing any potential witnesses or anything from the respondent. So I request a hard copy of my file. And from there, you know, it just continues to go downhill because they continue to toss my name around, and eventually it gets to the person who's in charge of the sunshine request. But as I stated, Ms. Clark never responds. Ms. Ariola does not respond to the request on September the 25th. She responds on the 26th stating that they need more time. She needs more time to investigate the case. I do not get any documents from her. And I don't receive any documents from Ms. Ariola until October the 19th in an email. And as I'm stating, for the record, she actually sends me documents I've given her. And since I gave them to her, I already have them. So there was nothing in the documents that she emailed me pertaining to my case that shows me anything that she did with my case. So I'm really baffled by that. There was no, is that everything in my case? Just the information I gave her, and it just sat somewhere in the file.
Are you finished? Anonymous?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure you don't have anything else you want to say.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, and I'll paraphrase it one more time.
Okay.
I did not receive any documents, or I've never received any communication from Ms. Sparks, number one. Number two, for the IDR request for Section 6725, Ms. Areola responded on the 26th of September stating that she needed, she was working diligently to review all evidence. And she did not send me any documents. And I do not get any documents from Ms. Areola until October the 19th, when she gives me documents that I gave her.
Got it. Okay, thank you very much. Hold on, we're going to find out if there is anyone in the audience that wants to offer any facts or evidence in support of the complainant, Anonymous. If not, then I'd like to invite the representative from the Human Rights Commission up. And you two have, since we're going to put them together, you have up to 10 minutes to talk about this. Can you tell us your name? I'm sorry.
Yes, my name is Melaine Ahern. I'm here on behalf of the Human Rights Commission, and thank you to the task force members to agreeing to consolidate these items since they concern the same facts, evidence, and information. So by way of background, a complaint to discrimination and retaliation was signed and formalized by the complainant on March 14, 2012. The complainant informed HRC Representative Lupe Areola that she did not wish to participate in voluntary mediation facilitated by the HRC in order to attempt to achieve resolution in the case filed with HRC, so our investigation then commenced. Through its counsel, the respondent in the case notified the Human Rights Commission that it would not participate in the HRC investigation because the parties were in litigation in the Superior Court of California in the County of San Francisco. And in response to the case filed by the housing provider, the complainant contended that she had been subject to unlawful discrimination retaliation. So the Superior Court of California has competent jurisdiction to decide matters of unlawful discrimination, and as such, a decision in the case was rendered by the court. On September 5th, 2012, the court denied her claim, and October 16, 2012, upon learning that information, the HRC administratively closed the complaint based on the activity in Superior Court. The HRC consulted with the Office of the City Attorney regarding this decision, who advised that the HRC issue an administrative closure. On September 25th, 2012, prior to the closure of the complaint before the HRC, the complainant made an immediate disclosure request for the contents of her case file, and additionally complained about HRC to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. On September 26th, the HRC informed the complainant that at that time, the investigative file could not be provided during an ongoing investigation, and provided options to the complainant, which did include HRC continuing with the investigation and awaiting a decision in the case prior to receiving copies of the investigative file, or alternatively, she could withdraw her complaint and immediately access the case file. Upon the administrative closure of the case, HRC promptly did provide the complainant with the entire contents of the case file, both electronically and in person, on October 18, 2012. On November 6, 2012, the complainant submitted a letter of appeal requesting that her case be reopened and decided by the HRC. After consulting with the city attorney and with our rules of procedure, HRC notified the complainant on November 8, 2012, that her request was denied pursuant to Article 33 of the San Francisco Police Code, Section 3307, Enforcement, subsection E, which states that a complaint to the Human Rights Commission is not a prerequisite to filing of a civil action under this section. The pendency of a complaint before the HRC shall not bar any civil action under the section, but a final judgment in any civil action shall bar any further proceedings by the Human Rights Commission. Again, we did consult with the Office of the City Attorney, who also concurred that we were barred from taking any further action with respect to that decision. So the administrative actions taken by the HRC were consistent with the rules of procedure for complaints of discrimination filed under applicable portions of the San Francisco administrative and police codes, and at the advice of the city attorney. It's also worth noting that the complainant made her request for information to various employees of the HRC, and on January 16, 2013, she made an additional request for a copy of a letter that she submitted to HRC in November, which was provided to her on that date as well. And though the HRC has provided the complainant with all requested documentation, both electronically and in hundreds of pages of hard copies, we believe that she is making these repeated requests as a bad faith effort to harass staff as a result of disliking the administrative outcome of her discrimination claim. And the Human Rights Commission asks that this matter be dismissed before the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, as we have done everything in our power to accommodate her many requests. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer any facts or additional evidence in support of the respondent?
I believe you all have copies of the documentation that we provided several months ago when this matter first came to the task force. But if not, I have everything.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to open it up to the members for questions. Member Nee.
President Ahern, please. You stated that you were not at liberty to provide the requested file because the matter was under investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Under what section of the Sunshine Ordinance or the California Public Records Act is that exemption provided?
In our rules of procedure and in consultation with the city attorney, the HRC does not provide the contents of a case filed during an ongoing investigation. We need to collect the totality of evidence and information related to a claim, and ultimately there are clauses that state that we may need to protect confidential witness information and other confidential information under California and San Francisco law.
Did the city attorney cite the provision in law under which the information was withheld?
I'm confused by your question.
Did the city attorney cite the provision in law under which you were withholding the requested file? Did he give you section 2, Article 1 of a body of law?
I would need to go back and look at the documentation since it's been nearly 2 years at this point.
Okay. Did you provide the requester, anonymous, with a written statement of why you were withholding the information?
Yes. And in fact, I'll go and look through our documentation now. That was probably in the September 26th notice to the complainant.
I think it's page 16.
Sorry?
Page 16.
Page 16. I may have.
But it's a different page because she might not have her.
I don't believe page 16 is what answers the question.
No, it doesn't. That's your response of September 26th.
That was a response regarding the case itself, the progress of the case. That was not a response regarding the provision of a requested record.
I think I would need to check back on our communications with the city attorney.
My question is on your communications with the complainant. Did you send a written statement to the complainant explaining that the record was being withheld, at least temporarily, and explaining under what provision in law that withholding was allowed?
Sure. The September 26, 2012 notice states that the complaint that she filed with the HRC is undergoing investigation, and once all relevant facts, statements, and other information pertinent to the complaint had been collected, HRC would make a determination as to whether the evidence supports a finding of unlawful discrimination.
That is not that is not a response. That does not answer our question.
I believe that the HRC did provide a thorough explanation that per rules of procedure and the advice of the city attorney that we do not provide entire contents of case files until all evidence and information have been collected and the case is closed.
Okay, my question is, did you state that in writing to the complainant, one, and number two, what specific provision in law did you cite in justifying the withholding?
And again, I do apologize. I would need to check back on my communications with the city attorney to tell you what provision of law was cited.
Thank you.
So if you'd like, I can follow up with you within a few business days.
Thank you. Are there any more questions for Ms. Ahrens?
I had a question, too.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I heard you say in your summary that that you consider the case to be closed, and then there was another request for her file, and then because it was closed, you were not able to give it to her?
So I guess to clarify, once the matter was decided in court, HRC then was compelled to issue an administrative closure.
Okay.
So before that time, HRC had been investigating the complaint.
And then after you closed it administratively?
After the case was administratively closed, we immediately provided all of the entire contents of the case file to the complainant, both electronically and in hard copies.
Okay, and the contents of that file were, it sounds like to me from her summary, was everything that she had provided. In other words, was there any work or reports or investigation, any documents created by your department that was also included in that file to her?
Yes, everything was provided to her.
Member Washburn?
Yeah, I was just going to ask that question. The complainant says that the only thing in the file that was given to her were documents that she had provided to you. There was nothing new. There was nothing about the investigation that the HRC had done.
Mm-hmm. That's false. The HRC provided the entire contents of the case file, which included anything generated in the course of the investigation by the HRC and communications with the respondent.
Is any of that in our packet?
I believe so. I believe it's all there.
It's all there.
And that information was also forwarded to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, well over a year ago now, immediately. Mm-hmm. Since we had filed several hundreds of pages for the complainant, we were able to forward that electronically as soon as she made the complaint. And again, I believe this complaint was made in order to protest the outcome of her complaint with HRC rather than in a good faith effort to access her rights under the Sunshine Ordinance.
Does anyone, do you have another question?
I was just going to say, so it would be fair to summarize that at her first request, you cited internal department policy not to provide files because we're not seeing any evidence of anything from the city attorney or otherwise that substantiates your position. And secondly, once the Superior Court made a decision, you then washed your hands of it and then close the case administratively. Would that be accurate?
I'm sorry, could you break out those
Sure.
points a little bit for me?
So in the first case, you're saying that you declined to provide her file because the case was still active.
Well, we offered to provide her, if she wanted to close the complaint and access the files immediately, that was an option that was provided to her. She declined that option. And once the case was closed, we did provide all of the evidence and information in the case file. And in terms of washing our hands of the complaint, that's a requirement under law, that the Superior Court of California has competent jurisdiction to determine these matters.
It just seems odd to me that if I had a case with you that was open, I would like to see what's in there just to make sure that all relevant material is there. Why would I be denied that access?
Well, she wasn't. She was provided all of the evidence and information that the HRC had collected in the course of the investigation.
But you're saying that you wouldn't provide her file?
Well, we gave her the option and she declined.
I think we need to investigate that a little bit more closely.
Once the case was closed, just to be clear, you guys gave her the file.
Absolutely. We gave her
She has the
everything
file.
immediately upon closure. So she did receive all of the information that HRC has.
Thank you. Nick, do you want to say something?
Yeah. I'd just like to make note that we're hearing a lot of evidence from both sides that wasn't included in this packet. So that needs to be taken with a grain of salt. I think everyone should focus their attention on page 15 and 16 of the packet. That is Anonymous's original IDR, and then page 16 is the response from the following date. I think you should focus at the contents, what is written in the IDR, what is actually requested, and then focus on the response and see if you think it's appropriate.
Thank you.
The right page?
If I may, I'll just add a point to respond to yours. The chronology was laid out and provided for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force immediately by the Human Rights Commission upon being contacted.
Does anyone have any comments or any questions about the IDR? Looking at the documentation that ADA Nick just provided, they did respond immediately. I guess the question is that response answering her question? Because they did respond within 24 hours. If I'm looking at this correctly, they responded the next day. The question is whether that response answers Anonymous's questions. And when we look at her letter, which she's asking for, that's what's before us. Did they answer it in a manner that is responsive and definitive about what they are going to do? Member Washburn.
Okay, just this is item number 2 only, reading page 15 and page 16. So it looks like on September 25th, in a letter stamped across this top, immediate disclosure request, Anonymous is asking that a decision be made on her case by September 28th. And there's some more information about what she's done to help further this along. And then the next day, she gets a response from Cheryl Cohen stating that the matter is still under investigation. So if that's the crux of this item, then I don't see that there's a matter that we need to decide. There was no request in this particular letter for any records. It was a request that a decision be made. I guess where I'm confused is with all the different attachments and correspondence. So just on this particular matter, this first complaint, I don't see a request for public records here.
Yeah. I agree with Member Washburn when you read that first letter for the IDR. And that goes back to what Member Nee was saying way back when you talked about jurisdiction. What was the document? What is Anonymous asking for? I understand that now she's saying that she's asking for the file, but in this IDR, it's more a complaint and a decision. It's not a tangible request. It's more of it's a complaint letter more so than a request for something specific or for information or documentation. So that's where the issue lies. Is there, do you guys need more time? Do you feel you have a motion that you want to make? Do you want rebuttals? I'm sorry, yes. So since you're standing there, you have opportunity to rebut and kind of conclude everything we talked about before we try to make a decision and talk to the public. And you have 6 minutes, right? Yes.
And just to make sure I understand precisely what I'm rebutting,
we're just kind of concluding, any concluding remarks, anything you think we might have missed, anything that you want to make sure that we know in making a decision, that you feel like that maybe we missed, that you didn't get the opportunity to say, anything like that.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just generally, I do believe that the HRC responded in a timely manner to all of the complainant's numerous requests. I understand it's a little bit convoluted since she was directing those requests to different staff members, and we, internally just wanted to coordinate and make sure everybody understood that while she was demanding a decision be made in her complaint, that we were not going to make that decision at the time until the investigation had been completed. Upon closure of the matter in Superior Court, HRC acted accordingly and did provide her all of the documentation at that time.
Thank you. At this time, Anonymous, you two have 6 minutes to offer any final thoughts or rebuttals to what you heard from the HRC representative. So, Anonymous?
Well, I would like to say, first of all,
I'm going to interrupt you really quickly. Can you speak, please? Because I really want to make sure we hear what you're saying. So if you could speak into the phone, I think that works better. Like directly.
Are you able to hear me better?
Yes, thank you.
Well, this is the first time I am aware of the HRC speaking to the city attorney's office. And so if it wasn't sunshine, I wouldn't even know that because I don't have anything in the documentation that tells me that. And as the Sunshine Task Force has before them, the comments, the 2 emails from Ms. Ariola and Ms. Cowan on September the 26th, they are telling me that there's an investigation going on. As I am requesting documentation from my file, none of what they have given me is in there with what Ms. Ahern has just said before you. I have absolutely none of that. And I do not need to harass anyone for something that's in my file. I reject that wholeheartedly. And I'm really disappointed something like that would be said. And I realize that the commissioners spend a lot of time with these cases because sometimes this time And as someone who is disabled, I certainly don't want to do something that is going to impact my disability. I have just simply been trying to get all of the documents that pertain to my file, and every time I would do that, I was stonewalled and told this file is still active, there's an investigation, and I have heard things today I have never been made aware of. And I think that is why we need sunshine, so we can have disclosure on what is going on. Whatever it is was presented to you was not given to me, and I will stand by that. They did not comply with my request on September the 25th for case number 12041 and case number 12046. They did not give me the documents I wanted from my file.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I would like to ask if there is a motion to find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. Member Nee?
I would like to move for a continuance on this. The reason I say that is that there may have, even if all the documents were ultimately provided, there may in the meantime have been a violation of 67.27, which is very specific in instructing that respondents, when denying or redacting records, provide written justification citing the provision in law under which the withholding or redaction is taking place. And I would like to see the communication, the written communication from the HRC to the complainant that Ms. Ahern talked about when she was asked about it before making a decision here.
Member Washburn?
Well, I agree there may be some...
Oh, sorry.
Second.
Thank you. Member Washburn?
Okay, maybe I'm confused here, but I'm looking at items number 2 and number 3, which are the same facts. And we have the complainant's IDR of September 25th and the respondent's response on the 26th. And her IDR was very narrow and asking for some assurance that a decision would be made by a certain time. And the response from the respondent was, we haven't completed our investigation. So I think for these two cases, there was no withholding of records because no records were being requested. So the next item that we're going to be looking at, where she's asking for the whole file, then a possible violation of 67.27, there could be one, and maybe we'll need a continuance for that item. But I think for these two items, I don't see a violation because of the nature of the request was such that it doesn't really fall under our purview.
I agree. It's been moved in second. Is there any more comments from the task force members?
I am persuaded by Member Washburn's analysis, and I'm actually tempted to remove my second and propose a motion when we get to that case for 6527. I'm just wondering if the proposer of the motion would consider more discussion on that.
Well, if the second is withdrawn, then the motion vanishes.
Okay, second withdraws.
Okay, so the motion dies. I'd like to, at this time, open up to public comment on this issue, on these two. Wait, is that correct? Yeah.
Is there any additional motions?
No.
Well, I'm confused what the motion is now, since
There
there's
is no
motion
motion.
going back and forth.
There's no motion. It just died because he pulled his second, so there.
There's no motion in front of you?
Nope.
So there's nothing to comment on?
So why are we having
No public comment if you had a comment on
Oh,
the
okay,
case.
thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah, I like very much the analysis of Task Force Member Washburn. There was not an adequate IDR. She wasn't requesting any public records. So, in my opinion, clearly there was no sunshine violation. That's not to say that the task force doesn't have jurisdiction, though. The Human Rights Commission is a public body, and so the Sunshine Task Force has jurisdiction, but as to the substantive issue, as to whether or not there was a violation of 6725, clearly there wasn't, because she didn't request records. She was requesting a decision, and that's not subject to the jurisdiction or the purview of the task force. So I would be in favor of dismissing this one and the subsequent one and hearing her third one to see if it has more merits to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment? If not, public comment is closed. Since there was no motion, I am going to declare this matter for item number 12041 and item number 12042 concluded. It's after 5 o'clock. Let me just double check with Anonymous if she might be able to either, we can decide to listen to her case or I can public comment. I try to do as close to 5 o'clock as possible. Anonymous? Are you still there? Hi. Since it's after, the rules for Sunshine Task Force for general public comment is 5 o'clock or as close to after, I'm wondering if you would mind if you could hold while we hear that general public comment, if that would be possible, and then come back to your third case, which we'd like to hear, or is that going to put you out?
That would be possible.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So, Victor, I'd like to move up to public comment.
Item number 5, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Great. I'd like to open it to general public comment. You have 3 minutes.
It's on. It's already on.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. This order of determination was issued on April 3rd of last year. So it's been over a year since it was issued, and the order was actually written on May the 23rd, so it's coming up on a year since it was written. I would like you to notice the vote. It was a 7-2 vote with members Grant and Pilpel voting no. And it was sent to the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee, which is chaired by member Pilpel. And Mr. Pilpel tried to use his position as the head of the EOT to simply dismiss the case, even though it was a 7-2 decision against the clerk of the board. When he couldn't do that, there was a 3-1 vote saying that he would write a letter to the clerk of the board, once again requesting that she follow the order of determination. That letter was never written. And I do not believe he had any intention of writing that, even though his own committee voted 3-1 to do so. It has now been a year, and the 2 people who voted no on this have simply gone to the necessary steps they felt they could take to prevent the will of this body being carried out. So here we are a year later. This is still, as far as I know, sitting at the EOT, and there is no sign that there is any intention to do anything with this. Now, it's one thing to complain about sending these to the Board of Supervisors, to the Ethics Commission, and saying, why aren't they enforcing our orders? But when you send it to your own people and they undermine your order of determination, I think that is totally unacceptable. I think it is an abuse of authority. I think Mr. Pilpel willfully used his position as head of the OT to simply take something that his committee voted to do and not act on it. So this is sitting out there, and I would like to see it brought back to this full task force with a recommendation that it go both to ethics and to the Board of Supervisors. Let me remind you, this was the 6th determination saying that in the minutes means in the body of the minutes. And we saw last month that the same people participated in an effort to prevent the rest of you from issuing an order finding 3 additional violations, even though you sent out a letter to all city agencies saying that if this matter came before the task force, the decision would be in my favor, and the 150-word summaries had been ruled multiple times belonging in the body of the minutes. Now, it's one thing, and I think you may have wondered at my earlier remarks about Mr. Pilpel, but Mr. Pilpel abuses his authority and his position on this task force, not only to misrepresent the task force, but to violate its will.
Thank you. Is there any more general public comment on items on the agenda today?
Yeah, thank you. Thomas Piccarello. Well, I just want to thank the task force members tonight for the special meeting in an attempt to clear up your backlog. I do appreciate that. And next month's general meeting has been canceled or rescheduled?
Scheduled.
So if you take 2 steps forward and then 2 steps backward, you're still in the same place. Given that, I do want to thank the task force members sitting tonight who may not be here next month for whatever reasons. Particularly Task Force Member Nee. In my opinion, Mr. Nee was a very valuable person for individuals seeking public records and having open meetings. So I'd just like to thank Task Force Member Nee for all his years of service on behalf of the task force. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment?
Hi there. I echo what Ray Hertz said about David Pilpel because I've been coming to these meetings and I've been watching the things that he's done, and they're just not correct at all. And I think the reason why I keep coming back before you with the same issues is because they keep going to education and outreach and they're not dealt with.
Thank you. Is there any more general public comment on items not on today's agenda?
I guess for me, my issue is what ideas and philosophies and methods are you going to pass to the next members of the body? I think from what I hear, not all of you are running again, so it's going to be a slightly different body. So what notes are you going to pass on to the next group of people? But the other thing, too, is I am wondering what's the status of my case. I would like, I guess I'd like to hear something back as to, I was told there was some documents that I was supposed to provide, and then there was supposed to be some documents that this body was sending off to David Colonel, possibly. So I'm looking on the status of that. And the other thing is I'm just concerned about your powers and your strength to do anything. So what would you propose for this next body regarding as to having or acquiring enough power to fully enforce what you're trying to create? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any more general public comment? If not, I'm going to close public comment.
Item number 4. Item number 4, file number 13002, complaint filed by Anonymous against Cheryl Cohen, Teresa Sparks, Lupe Areola, and Mulayne Ahern, Human Rights Commission for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.25 and 67.29 for failure to respond to immediate disclosure requests for public records in a timely manner and failure to maintain an index of records.
The first issue is going, Anonymous, are you back? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. So we're going to go to your next case. So in the issue of jurisdiction, I believe it's accepted by both parties. You're representing HRC? Okay, great. And I believe it's accepted by Anonymous, obviously. Can I get a motion to accept jurisdiction?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Is there any public comment on the issue of jurisdiction in this case? If not, then do any of the task force members have any objections? If not, okay. Then I would like to declare the motion passed without objection and move on to the content of this case. Ms. Anonymous, hello. You have 5 minutes to give us your summary of the pertinent issues you want us to know about this case. And it'll begin whenever you want to start talking.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
You're speaking, you're speaking first, and you have 5 minutes to talk about this case. Item number, for your file number 13002.
The first file I would like to speak on for 13002 is for January 17, 2013. And I requested from Ms. Cowan, who is the executive assistant for Ms. Clark, a copy of my appeal letter that I sent the HR. And if you will look at the complaint form, I wait a week before I actually file the complaint. And in that week, there was not a response from Ms. Cowan, so she never did give me the copy of my appeal letter. So moving from there, I would like to say that when I received the information from my file, it was in complete disarray. I could not, it was one thing I was able to ascertain, it was all the information I had given Ms. Areola. And I would like to say, having been a former executive administrative assistant, whenever I met with Ms. Areola and she asked me for documents, I gave them to her, and I gave them in a chronological order. Everything I've ever given her was in a professional manner. So all I could see in my file was this information that I had given her. There was not even a chronology on what she did, if she called anyone, and so on and so forth. So I had this paper. They did comply and give me a hard copy of my file. The file was in disarray with a bunch of papers sitting there. I had to even ask the receptionist for envelopes to put the file in, which I just thought was ridiculous. It was as if the papers had fallen on the floor. Maybe they did, I don't know. And then someone just set them back on the counter. So that was the condition of the paper of my file when I requested the IDR from October the 19th coming forward from everyone that is referenced in this particular complaint for 13002. And if the files were in disarray, and once again, there was nothing in my files that showed phone calls were made, they had spoken to anyone. They literally gave me paper that I had given them.
Okay, is that all you want to say right now?
And then another thing that they did, because I'm speaking with specific people, because Ms. Cowan has emailed me, Ms. Ariola was the employee assigned to my case. And then out of the blue, they refer me to their sunshine person, Ms. Molad. So this is like the third or fourth person that I'm communicating with. And the final thing I would like to say is that having always met with Ms. Ariola, I do not understand why my files were in disarray, because she was the one always giving information. At least it should have been a compact order and index to understand what the information was.
Thank you. Is there anyone, as a member of the public, are you? Let me just double check that you're finished speaking. You do have a couple of, you have a minute left. Do you have anything?
That is what I'm pertaining to the 6729 for Ms. Ahern and Ms. Sparks. You know, she never responds, and Ms. Ariola. So there was no note or anything with the documents. There was just a bunch of papers sitting on the counter waiting to pick them up.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in the audience or member of the public that has any additional support, facts, or evidence for Ms. Anonymous? If not, I'd like to invite Ms. Ahern up, and you have 5 minutes to give us your information about this case.
Thank you. So again, all the facts, evidence, and information are the same as those presented moments ago. We did provide all documentation from the case file and a copy of the complainant's letter that when she requested it. We also do have the index of records for all, just in accordance with the Sunshine Ordinance requirements. So that's the only new issue, I believe, being presented.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thanks. Is there anyone in the audience that wants to offer any supporting facts or evidence for the respondent? If not, I'd like to open it up. If not, I'd like to open it up to questions from the task force members. Questions? Oh, Member Washburn?
I guess I want to start with the appeal letter, that discrete request. It was an IDR made on January 16th, 2013. So when did you respond to Anonymous, and when did you send her that letter, copy of that letter?
I believe that we've mailed her a copy of the letter and then sent another copy electronically to document our record that we had sent it. My email dated January 25th provides an additional copy of the November 8th letter and reminds her that we provided everything else previously electronically and in hard copies.
Well, my question is very specific. So when a member of the public makes an IDR, then you have 24 hours to respond in some manner. So she made the request on January 16th. When did she first hear back from you?
The only documentation I have is from January 25th. However, I also just want to note this was her letter that she generated herself, so she should have already had a copy of that as well.
Well, That's not your determination to make. When somebody requests something under an IDR, you're not to question why. You're supposed to respond immediately.
Okay.
And, give a copy of it or explain that you need more time for whatever reason.
Okay.
So that's a real problem here.
I can look to see in HRC records if there's any copy of a certified letter that's sent out, because I do believe we sent a hard copy as well of everything that was given to her. But otherwise, then I would agree that we did email her a copy of her letter on January 25th. And I do think that, although I agree, under record keeping, that we do maintain these files, that I believe that the complainant was simply making this request as another route of complaint about the outcome of her case.
Well, again, that's really never pertinent to requesters' need for information. So that's the letter in the spirit of the law, that when information is requested under an IDR, then you have to respond in some fashion within 24 hours.
Okay.
And without any judgment as to why the information is requested. And if you believe you have to withhold it, then you have to be very specific with the citation from the law of the basis for that. So these are the issues that we're thinking about right now.
And I appreciate that. We didn't withhold any information from the complainant whatsoever. We also, I agree with the spirit of the law. In my understanding, this was about open government transparency. Since this wasn't something that was generated by HRC, I don't see any lack of transparency.
Thank you.
And is there any dispute about the index of records issue? That's the other claim that's being made, right?
So, I'm sorry, say it again?
The failure to maintain an index of records, is there any dispute about that?
No, I don't know if any of the members have any questions about that. I don't think so.
Well, I will. So there's a provision in the Sunshine Ordinance 67.29 regarding an index to records, and that's specifically about sort of the official index to everything that HRC would have. And this is to be made available to the public, so if the public's looking for something, he or she has some idea whether you have it, what it's called, where it might be, who to ask for. Mm-hmm. So I don't see that as being an issue here as far as I can tell. The other matter about what shape the documents were, well, there are two things. One is, was everything in fact given to the complainant that she asked for? I mean, she wanted everything. Mm-hmm. So we're hearing from her that all she got back was material that she gave you. And so she was expecting other records regarding the investigation, and apparently they weren't there. And furthermore...
Well, they were there. Sorry to interrupt. And they're in your records as well.
Well, they're not in anything that I got for this meeting, so I'm...
HRC has provided them to the task force multiple times, and there's investigative plans or documentations exchanged with the respondent in the case, so everything was there, and it was all provided on multiple occasions to the task force.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on Member Washburn's 6729, the index does not need to be in such detail as to identify files or records concerning a specific person, transaction, or other events, but shall clearly indicate where and how records of that type are kept. So there might be some issue here that, how do you know your file is complete if you don't know what's in the file? Or
is Anonymous disputing that, though? I do see that one of her IDRs is that they were in a horrible state of affairs.
And then she files a separate IDR for an incomplete or inaccurate index. I believe I read that too.
I keep saying Miss Anonymous. Anonymous, are you there?
Yes.
Hi. So just to clarify, Were you given documentation other than that you provided?
No.
So all you have now is the same documentation that you gave HRC?
That is correct, and I've learned more today than I have ever known about my case.
Okay. And when you were saying the documents were in a horrible state of affairs, the documents that you received back that were your documents, that's what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. That they sent them back to you in a...
Well, they were disheveled.
Okay. Okay.
And Anonymous, I have a question through the chair. Did you ever receive that appeal letter that you asked for specifically in that IDR?
No, I did not receive a appeal letter. It was emailed to me, and I waited a full week before I filed the sunshine.
It was emailed? She said it was emailed? They said that it was emailed to you?
That is correct.
Okay. But you never received it?
I never received it.
Okay.
I did not receive it. My last email from them is in October of 2012.
Okay. Did you guys email it, or did you send a hard copy?
Yes, we did both in response to each of her requests. And as to the state of affairs of the documents, everything was cleanly copied and in as good of condition as any cleanly copied documentation, as were the electronic files, which are obviously not possible to be disheveled.
Got it. Member Highland, do you have a question?
I just had a question for Victor. I'm not seeing that information in this packet. Is it something that we have that we didn't get, or?
It is.
Everything that I have received is in the packet.
That's a reference to it, but I don't see the actual appeal letter. Anonymous, question for you. I am seeing in the package, page 59, this looks like a letter rather than an email, dated November 8th, 2012. Subject is incomplete investigation, ADA violations. Is this the appeal letter that you're referring to?
Well, I have to say that I cannot answer that in the sense that I do not have a packet as you do. I only have the agenda for the meeting today. What's on the agenda, I do not have a packet that the commissioners have. So I cannot answer that because I'm not able to send it. And I would like to say for the record, there are a couple of times when I personally put a letter into the HRC and had the receptionist stamp it. So this could be one of those instances. I'm not absolutely sure, but I do know of the letter I'm talking about, but this may have been the one that I personally handed to a receptionist.
Okay.
And there's no email for it.
Anonymous, do you have access? Are you online right now?
Yes, I'm looking at all of the emails that I sent.
Okay, I was saying if you click on this case number, it'll take you to what we're looking at as well, the electronic copying. If you scroll down to page 23, which is actually page 60 or 59 of the package, you can look at that letter that we're referring to.
And Anonymous, it is just to help you, it is your letter that you submitted dated November 8th, 2012. So I don't know if that would help you.
And you want me to look at page 23?
Mm-hmm. Or November 8th, 2012, the letter that you submitted to the Human Rights Commission.
So if you actually click on file 13002, that will then take you to the package. And if you scroll down to page 23 on your computer, it'll show you page 59 in the package, and that's, I think, what we're referring to.
It would be this letter that I'm speaking of, November the 8th would be the letter.
Okay. So this is the appeal letter that you're referring to in your IDR of January of 2013?
Yes, and I did not receive a response.
Okay. But it looks like you did receive this letter. On January 25th. Per your request, attached, please find a copy of your November 8th letter.
No, I don't recall that.
If you scroll up to page 22, you'll see that email from Ms. Ahern.
Page 22. Okay.
Sorry, make that page, yeah, it is page 22.
Page 22?
Which is page 58 in the package. One day we'll have these all on the same page. I apologize.
So is it page 22 or 58?
Yeah, page 58 on the package, which is page 22 on your computer. And it's from Ms. Ahern to a Jackie Brown. Attachments, November 8 request, PDF. And per your request, please find a copy of your November 8, 2012 letter. So it looks to me like your IDR of January 13th was answered by January 25th. So it was outside, or was it outside the 10 days? Okay, so this is at least, we're getting to the crux of the matter here.
Member Nee, you had a question? You're done? Okay.
Is it? Yeah.
It's 10 business days, correct?
Yeah, 10 business days.
But it was an IDR, so she was supposed to have heard something or other within 24 hours. Like the information sought, or we can't get it for you right now. Give us some more time. She didn't hear anything for 10 days.
Was it?
Do we don't actually have, and I put that in my memo, we don't actually have a copy of the IDR request itself. And I put in the memo that I would like that if someone could provide it. So I don't know if either party has a copy of that they could provide, or
I have a copy of it.
of the original IDR from the 16th, I believe it was.
From January?
January 16th?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now. It's, one sec.
Maybe you could forward it to Victor?
On January the 24th, 2013, 12:34 p.m.
Can you forward that? Did you forward that to Victor? Do you have a copy of that, Ms. Ahern?
I will. Yes, it says the department is SF, HRC, Cheryl Cowan, January 17, 2013, Sunshine Section 6725A, and it says, on the 16th, I emailed Ms. Cowan and asked her to send me a copy of my appeal letter that I filed with SFHRC. There has been no response from Ms. Cowan.
That's page 43 in our packet.
You see it?
Yeah.
And it's an IDR? Or is it just a request? It's an IDR?
It's ordinance complaint. 43.
Yeah.
It does say IDR.
IDR,
yes.
yeah.
Okay.
And that was sent on January 16th?
17th.
Yes.
Okay. Which was
Well, no, this is dated, received January 24th, 12:34 p.m.
Okay,
She
so-
references the January 16th communication in it. So
Okay,
the
but-
actual IDR looks like it was
January 24th.
24th, and Ms. Ahern's response is January 25th.
Okay. Member Washburn? And they-
Wait, I'm
physical.
confused. So when was the IDR? I thought it was January 16th. I'm looking at an email dated January 28th, referring to her January 16th request.
I think this is what District Attorney Nick was pointing out. I think she may have started communications on January 16th.
City attorney.
But the official IDR looks like it was, well, date of meeting.
24th.
Well, it was received on the 24th.
Didn't you say she waited a week or something?
What it looks like to me here.
That's what I'm stating.
Yes.
I waited a week for a response to come from HRC, and there was none.
And then that's when she filed the IDR on January 24th.
No,
The complaint.
correct.
Just to provide a little clarity, and correct me if I'm wrong, Anonymous, on page 43 of the packet is your complaint that you filed with the Sunshine Task Force. It states that you emailed an IDR to the HRC on the 16th.
Yes.
The date of the 17th is also on there, and that's the date of the alleged violation because that's the date by which they needed to comply, and they failed to do so, allegedly, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you filed this complaint on the 24th.
Correct.
So do you have a copy of the January 16th email that you sent, the alleged IDR?
I'm looking for it.
Do you have the January 16th IDR?
I have the IDR that's stamped
Give it to me.
for
Victor.
the 24th. I waited a week for them to respond.
So the HRC doesn't contest the fact that there was an IDR request received on the 16th then, right? Okay.
Okay. Okay. Clear that.
So
Thank you.
in essence, this page 43 is a second request.
It's the second request. It's the request after the initial request from the 16th. So you guys never responded to the 16th. And then when she didn't get a response a week later, and this is directed to you, Ms. Ahern, that's when you guys responded. So you didn't respond to the initial IDR request on the 16th or the 17th? I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. What, the 16th? Okay, the 16th. So you guys did not respond to that initial IDR.
I believe that we mailed her a copy of her document immediately, and
so on the 17th.
I think the same business day that it was received, because the executive assistant usually takes care of items like these immediately. And
But wouldn't you?
You guys should have a record of that, though, right?
Well, I only have the electronic record, so that's what we are.
I mean, how would she know that? I'm sorry. Oops. How would she know? How would we know that it had gone out? Like, how do you validate that there wasn't that you answered her IDR from the 16th? I mean, because we see the one from the 24th when you responded on the 25th. So why wasn't there an electronic?
I'm not sure what the 24th item was, but that was just all I have is my email following up on the 25th.
To that 24th.
So that's all I have to prove that we provided her the document.
Okay.
Just to follow up on your question,
Yeah.
Chair Grant, I think what she's saying is, we've heard you say several times today how you answer these IDRs, these requests, with a hard copy and electronic copies. And if that did indeed happen on January 16th or 17th, there would be a record of that.
Well, that's why I guess I referenced it in my email to her in response, saying, as a reminder, this was sent to you, or all of this was sent to you in hard copy and electronically.
Okay.
Whatever that
It seems
one
like at the
says.
time you should have also sent it electronically, and you should have a record of that.
Well, I certainly regret that I
That's
did
okay.
not have a record of
That's
it.
all right. And the fact that you followed up the day after is commendable. But I think if we're going to go to the facts of this case, I think I would lean towards finding a violation of in that particular instance, of not responding in a timely fashion to an IDR.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like that was an oversight in this particular case, but nevertheless, I mean, it is still.
We did provide the documentation. We provided everything that we possibly could have provided.
But it's not that you didn't provide. It's that on the 16th, when she requested, she has a right to get it. And she did as an IDR to get it the next day. And so where do we see that you referenced it, but how do we know that? Do you see what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah, I completely
Okay.
understand your point.
Okay.
And that's why I, apologize that I don't have
Yeah.
any other record to substantiate that we did comply.
Got it. Okay. So that's
I think that's why I sent the email upon realizing on the 25th.
25th, which she, according to Anonymous, she sent a week later something. Didn't she say that she had, I don't have it in front of me right now, but I read through it, that she didn't get some. So on the 24th, she resent something to you guys, and then you respond on the 25th saying you had already sent it.
I don't have anything from the 24th, but
we were just looking at that.
But that's fine. I mean, all I have is what we sent, or what, that email I sent on the 25th acknowledging that we, provided all these copies. We have a very small staff, so sometimes, getting...
Okay. Regardless, you guys are saying that you guys did not respond initially the next day. You can't prove, you can't
I
show
cannot
us
prove
anything.
that we sent the hard copies.
Great.
I don't think we kept certified receipts for the other items either, but ultimately our practice is to make everything available, in person if a person wants to pick it up that day, or to send it out that same day, or to however that person prefers to receive information. We want to make it easy for them.
Okay. All right. Are there any more questions from the task force? No? If not, at this time, I'd like to give you the opportunity to offer a rebuttal or concluding remarks or anything like that, and you have 3 minutes.
Sure. I don't think I have anything additional to add.
Okay.
Other than noting that we have, tried to respond in a timely manner to all of her requests, and that the Human Rights Commission does take its obligations for open government to heart, and I hope that you see the efforts that we've made in this case.
Thank you. Anonymous, you too now can offer any concluding remarks you want us to hear or any rebuttals to what you heard, and you have 3 minutes as well.
I would like to say that in regards to case 13002, I feel that the IDR were not responded to. Also, the request that went up to Ms. Cowan for my appeal letter was not responded in a timely fashion, and I think that they violated the Sunshine Ordinance under Section 6729. I mean, you have the information presented to you in a particular fashion in the agenda. Otherwise, how would you be able to ask me what this complaint is about? So that is what I'm trying to convey to the commissioners. And again, I feel that Section 725, Section 679 are both violated by the HRC.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I would like to know if there is a motion to find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance based upon the facts that we heard. She's not coming back. She had to leave early. Oh, we forgot, yeah.
Okay. I'd like to propose a motion. Just looking for the relevant section. Perhaps Member Nee could help me there.
If you're referring to immediate disclosure, okay. I believe that the timelines are defined in Section 67.25A.
I'd like to make a motion that violation of 6725A.
Okay. Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
At this time, I'd like to open it up to public comment. Public comments closed. Victor, can we take a roll call vote?
On the motion to find violation of 67.25A, Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Pilpel. Pilpel is recused. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member David.
No.
David, no. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant.
Aye.
Grant, aye. The motion passes.
Great. So that's her last case, right?
Yes. Do you have any referrals or anything?
So I would like to refer, so Anonymous, let me just ask you quickly, do you have the items that you want right now?
No.
So you still are looking for some items?
Yes.
Okay. I need you to be specific as to what items you are missing that you don't have, so that I'm going to refer this to compliance and amendments. And I want to make sure that the representative, Ms. Ahern, from Human Rights Commission knows what you exactly are looking for, what documentation, that you're clear about it right now, so that when I schedule this, that we will, it's kind of cut and dry. You get the documentation you want that they have, that you supposedly have, and we, go from there. So can you tell us what exactly you want, that's missing that you want still?
I would like a chronological order of my file, including the investigatory work that was done on my case, the people spoken to at the city attorney's office, everything that pertains to my file. And I would like to say thank you, Commissioners, for holding this special hearing. I appreciate it, really.
Okay, did you hear what she said?
Yeah, I'm just a bit confused because I thought that what you just found a violation was the lack of evidence of our timely response to her immediate demand. And we did provide documentation that she does have the entire contents of her case file. I will gladly forward that to her again, which has everything that we've received. So.
And then what the investigatory stuff she's talking about?
It's in the file. It's in the records provided to the task force. It's in the records provided to the complainant on multiple occasions in multiple capacities.
So she's saying she doesn't have it, so regardless. So,
sure,
and you did, the violation was the IDR that you guys did not respond in a timely manner. But in order to make this, conclude this,
sure.
What she's asking for is that documentation.
Sure, I'll forward it again.
Yeah, you can forward it, and then I'm going to send this to the next compliance and amendments meeting.
Okay.
To make sure that you can show, have a hard copy and have the email that you sent the documentation. Okay. And then Anonymous, if you're unable to attend, we'll make the phone situation available for you at that meeting as well. And I'm going to put this for the next compliance and amendments meeting, which will be May 15th, maybe? Wait, yeah, I think. 13th? Okay.
So will it be sufficient for us to copy you on the email so that you can see, or do I need to actually?
Yes, I would like to receive a copy so that I can provide an exact copy of what is provided to the members of the Compliance and Amendment Committee. Mm-hmm. And I will send out the email notice of the hearing date. I'm not exactly sure of the next meeting date.
Okay. But I need to actually attend in addition to proving.
Yeah, we'd like to have a representative there in case there are questions or concerns, or if Anonymous is okay with what she receives, if you send that tomorrow or the next day.
Sure.
Perhaps we can get this figured out before, so that.
Madam Chair, through the chair, Anonymous, what you just said, the way you request that information, that was very all-inclusive and very precise. I would like to see her send that request and copy maybe us on that, and then
to Victor, and then Victor can forward it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So send exactly what you asked for to Victor, Miss Anonymous, what you're asking for, so we're all on the same page. And then we will forward that request as well to Ms. Ahern, and then Ms. Ahern will send you via email and via hard copy the entirety of your file. And then if that meets your, you get everything you need, then perhaps we don't have to have it come to compliance amendments. But I will direct it to go to compliance amendments. But in the meantime, before the meeting happens, if everything is straight, then there's no need for you guys to be there. Okay?
All right. And I would just like to say with the hard copy from HRC, I will have someone pick that up for me.
Okay, great. So I'll let you guys work through that, however you want to do it.
We'll have it available for you at the front desk tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Sunshine Task Force.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
All right.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so you understand. Okay, thank you so much for...
Thanks, and I would appreciate if there's any way, this is the third time or the second time that I've come, regarding this matter, and since everything is documented, it would just be great to avoid any needless participation if, you have the proof that we sent everything, that we provided everything.
let's just get that going, yeah.
I appreciate
and then,
it.
I will keep you informed.
Okay.
Great, thank you. At this time, do you guys want to continue? Okay, can I take a 10-minute break and come back at 6:20, and we'll start with the next cases? Okay? Okay.
There's no way to get Phil.
Yeah. Okay. Are we ready? Or?
I was just looking to see where. Okay.
I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Victor, can you go to the next item on the agenda, please?
Item number 7, file number 14016, complaint filed by Paula Tesh against Sharon Page Ritchie and Howard Lazar, Arts Commission, for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.16 for failure to post the minutes of the following meetings in a timely manner. Executive Committee, March 25th, August 26th, September 23rd, October 28th, November 25th of 2013. Civic Design Committee, December 16th, 2013, and January 13th, 2014. Arts Commission, February 3rd, 2014, and Visual Arts Committee, February 19th, 2014.
Great. I believe jurisdiction is accepted by both parties, if I'm correct. Can I get a motion to accept jurisdiction?
So move.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Did someone second it? Oh, okay.
Member Highland seconded.
Oh, okay. At this time, then, if there's no, I don't think there's any objection, I'm going to. Do you have, Member
Just a
Pilpel?
quick question. I understand Ms. Page Ritchie as the respondent. She's the commission secretary. I'm not sure I understand Howard Lazar as being a respondent on this item. Can someone illuminate that? I don't have general problems with jurisdiction, but just as to the parties.
So, I mean, what's your question?
Whether I don't understand why Howard Lazar would be a named respondent on this particular matter.
Probably as the, and excuse me if I'm wrong, the department head, that he's responsible?
Not. He's not, however. He's the street artist program director. Tom DeCaney is the department head, but he's ultimately not responsible for the commission. That's Ms. Page Ritchie. I mean, I have...
Paige Ritchie is an executive assistant, or?
She's the commission secretary.
The secretary. So she's the secretary, and
is responsible for the commission and the commission's committees.
And
it's not even the street artists committee or the board of examiners and et cetera. So I'm just trying to understand.
Okay. Member
whether
Todd?
Mr. Lazar is
David?
properly named.
Sorry.
That's okay, Chair Kett. So, Member Pilpel, I think you raise a fair question, but I think that is what should be discussed in the deliberation of the actual complaint. I don't think that goes to the question of jurisdiction. I think it goes to the merits of the case. That's my, yeah.
Fair enough. Can I just clarify, though, with the Deputy City Attorney? Is whether or not Mr. Lazar is a named respondent, does that materially affect the jurisdiction or the merits at this point?
Well, he was named in a complaint. He was served. There's no due process concerns there. If he wanted to contest jurisdiction, he had fair time to do that. He's named as a respondent.
Okay. In the absence of any objection, then we can just proceed.
I don't see why not.
All right. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
In that case,
Public comment on jurisdiction?
yeah, did I say that yet? No, I thought I said
do not
public comment on jurisdiction. Can you just give us a sec, Paula?
Ray Hart's Director, San Francisco Open Government, and I believe you do have jurisdiction in this matter. I'm just looking at this document here. I see the street artist for November 4th, 2010, which would be certainly under Mr. Lazar's purview. I don't know why that's being raised, but it is being raised again by a person who I feel in this case should recuse himself because he sat out here during the last case and was having conversations with Mr. Lazar, who is a party. He doesn't even pretend to be impartial. He sits out here in front of everybody and has a conversation with a party to something that he is going to now sit on a case, and I just think that's reprehensible.
Do you got to respond to that? No. I mean,
Madam Chair.
You need me to
Member Nee?
Perhaps we should ask Member Pilpel if the conversation he had with the parties in interest had anything to do with the case before us.
It absolutely did not. And I had no other disclosures on this matter, so I don't think there's any issue.
I think it is an issue, and I would like for him to be recused.
Point of order.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
I'm just going to say I do have issues with talking with one of the parties while they are on the agenda for tonight. It just, even if you aren't speaking to it, I mean, you should have some discretion of what it is. Why would you sit and have a whole conversation when they are a party to one of the cases for tonight? It doesn't.
I didn't sit and have a full conversation.
You did not? Okay.
No. We exchanged a few words upon the Arts Commission representatives entering the room. That was it.
Okay. Where am I?
I have a question, though, just on that point of recusal, since we granted the last complainant that courtesy. I'm just curious, perhaps Member Nee could fill us in. What is our responsibility? What is the process? Does it have to be on basis of evidence? Do we vote on it? What would you...
Member Nee?
Ultimately, the determination comes from the member whose qualification to sit on the matter, to participate in the deliberations. I'm losing my train of thought, and for that I apologize. Ultimately, the decision rests with the person whose qualification is being questioned. And, the criteria are, I think, number one, conflict of interest, number two, prejudice or appearance thereof. I think we can ask someone to recuse, but we cannot force it.
Exactly. And just to go back, the case previously, Member Pilpel offered up
Volunteered.
volunteered the information, and then she asked for him to be recused, and he accepted.
I think in this case, Mr. Tesh, you're not having Member Pilpel be a detriment. He has a lot of historical and institutional knowledge of your past cases and the Arts Commission, so I think it'd be in your interest.
Well, the reason why I
Point of order.
We're still
Point
in
of
that
order. We're on public comment right now.
Yeah. And you're a party to the case today.
She can speak on the question. On the question of recusal. No, on the question of jurisdiction. That's where we are, is on jurisdiction.
Her question is about you, and she wants you to be recused. That was what she's asking now. It's the jurisdiction issue. Yeah.
So it's open for public comment. She can speak as a...
She's spoken, so she talked about that she didn't want you to be a member.
Okay.
And as Member Need just expressed to us, kind of the process, it is up to you to decide. We cannot force you to recuse yourself. You decided that you did not want to be recused. You've said that your conversations did not have anything to do with the matters of today. So I'd like to move on. That's what I want to do. So we need to, the issue of jurisdiction. We need to, I think everyone is okay with me declaring the motion passed without objection. And I would like to have Mr. Tesh up for 5 minutes to talk about the, because I think we discussed it, there's different issues and different time periods for each one of your cases, so I'm not going to combine the two.
We're focusing on 14016.
Yes, we're on 14016, and you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I want to express a number of things. That Sharon Page Ritchie has been the San Francisco Arts Commission secretary for over 20 years. So this is not a unique one-time thing. This has been going on for 10 years that I can speak of. The late or non-posting of minutes. They're particularly important in the full commission and the executive committee. And the reason for it, anybody can figure it out. It goes right to the heart of what this task force does, which is the full view of the public. The public has a right to know what took place during a meeting, particularly in the full and executive minutes, because there's grants, there's subsidies, there's artists being awarded given money, there's honorariums, there's a lot of things going on, which are the people in the city and county have a right to know where their taxpayers' money is going. And the non-posting of the minutes has gone on for well over 10 years. The executive has posted one meeting minute per year. They were previously found in violation for this by the Clark brothers, case number 12020 in 2012 for an executive meeting minute right here. And the recommendation on the order was that this would most probably continue in the future. Very few notices are on file with the San Francisco Public Library. No executive meeting notices are on file, even though that's a government section. They have really no excuse, since I went to every full commission meeting for the past year and a half and contested the minutes at each meeting. And at various points, I even read the section of the soft ordinance regarding the non-posting, late posting of minutes. And then I sent a follow-up email to the secretary, Sharon Page Ritchie, reminding her that she was late in her minutes every single time. At one point, and you'll see in your packet, that she put my public comment in the wrong section. It should have been in the visual art, street artists, it was in the visual arts. They have a history of the non-posting of minutes. In addition to the one I cited in 2012, there are two from me that came right from this body. Case number 13005, which had no referral whatsoever, per David Pilpel, just a promise from Kate Peterson that, we'll be up to date. Well, they weren't up to date. And then the 4 meeting minutes, case number 13036, that were referred to education and outreach. That was another wasted hour and a half per pill right behind the Clark brothers, where Howard Lazar came up with some spreadsheet nonsense and lost an IDR the next day. In 2008, an order issued on July 22 for the exact same thing, another person. And at each meeting, the San Francisco Arts Commission promises, since 2009 and on record, to get up to date in the minutes, and they have not complied at all. These are additional, since the filing of this, these are additional minutes that have not posted. So I'm not coming before you saying I want an order of determination on every single one of these violations. We'd be here for the next 100 years. I've noted when I've come to meetings, I've kept you up to date. I've said, look, they're late in their minutes. They're still late in their minutes since 2008 on record, but going back way before that. So any promises they can make in the form of an unsigned letter from Sharon Page Ritchie from months ago that, this is an isolated incident, we're going to hire outside help and we'll be up to date in 2 weeks, I don't believe it. I'd be looking for a willful violation on this because of the previous orders that issued, the long history, the groupings of these late minutes, and the fact that it continues.
Thank you. Is there anyone that wants to offer any support of additional facts and evidence for Ms. Datesh? If not, then I'd like to invite the respondent up. And hi.
Hi, good evening. Kate Patterson-Murphy. I'm the Director of Communications at the San Francisco Arts Commission. And rather than get into this, because I think that this is not relevant to what we're discussing tonight, I would like to just stick with what's outlined in the memorandum, which was sent on March 20th, 2014. And I first just want to correct a couple inaccuracies in Ms. Datesh's statement. Sharon Page Ritchie has not been the commission secretary for 20 years. Howard Lazar is the longest running employee at the Arts Commission. He's been there almost over 40 years, and Sharon has been there around 10. I also have not seen any of Ms. Datesh's emails to Sharon Page Ritchie, which she claims she sends after every meeting reminding her to do the minutes. I've never seen those. But going back to the memorandum, I just wanted to sort of bring you up to date on the meeting minutes that are cited in this memorandum. And I honestly wish I had better news for you, but to date, the executive committee meeting minutes for March 25th, August 26th, September 23rd, October 28th, and November 25th are not completed. The civic design meeting for December 16th is completed. Those minutes are online. The January 13th civic design meeting minutes are incomplete, and all the full commission meetings are up to date. I checked in with Ms. Page Ritchie today, and she said that, as I had said, and as she stated in her letter, that we would be seeking some outside help to help get her back up to speed. And we have all of the transcriptions back from the transcribers. However, they do need to be edited. And Mr. Pilpel reached out to us recently to inform us of a meeting he's organizing on March 12th for his Education and Outreach Committee.
May 12th.
May 12th, I'm sorry. And Ms. Page Ritchie will be attending that, and will go through her process and, also provide an update at that time as to where she is on the minutes. So I'm sorry, it's very frustrating for me not to have been able to fulfill, what we had said we would do at the last time. So I apologize for that. I do want to clarify that the Visual Arts Committee meeting on February 19th, that actually we're early in posting those. In two incidences, which I think I pointed out and are mentioned in the packet, the city did transfer to a new minute agenda system, online system, and It did create some delays, I think, in one instance, because they have a new content management system, which prohibited the Arts Commission from uploading the content ourselves, and rather we had to go through the Department of Technology to have that updated it, and it was very buggy. So, this is where we are on these particular meeting minutes, which is, I hope, remains the focus of this agenda item, because that is appropriate, and that's what has been noticed, and that is all the evidence that you have, so I hope we'll just sort of stick to that purview, and we're happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that wants to offer any additional facts and evidence in support of the respondent? If not, then I would like to open it up to the task force members. Vice Chair Fisher.
Ms. Patterson-Murphy, so I'm looking at many windows on your website. So you've got the full commission, there's for everybody's benefit, the Executive Committee, the Civic Design Committee, the Community Arts Education and Grants Committee, the Street Artist Committee. Does Street Artist Liaison have minutes also? I'm just reading your website here. Visual Arts Committee. Is the Performing Arts Committee still active?
No, we don't have. We've never had a Performing Arts Committee.
You have a lot of committees.
We have a lot of committees.
You need more people. So the only thing that's jumping out at me is you'd mentioned that the Executive Committee minutes are not up to date. That's what I'm looking at. This is, maybe it's because I have a web technology background, but if I look at your Executive Committee, it says, the agenda, and then there's a hyperlink for the agendas, and that takes me to that. Then under minutes, where there are minutes, there's a hyperlink that says minutes.
Correct.
Where there are no minutes, it says N/A.
Right.
It's really confusing to my tiny brain.
That's a Department of Technology.
It means
not applicable. Applicable.
So that says to me, there were no minutes taken. So I know this is maybe a little beyond the scope of this complaint, but maybe it would be better if you could talk to DTIS or whatever they're called now.
Forthcoming.
For what about? Like, don't have them yet, or they'll be here soon. But NA says to me, not applicable.
Yeah, no, I agree. I concur. I do think in instances where I think that there are several examples, and I didn't write them out, but sometimes when we post the audio, as as soon as it's done, that is posted. So that is available to anyone who wants to actually listen to the meeting. So I can't remember if the audio was posted for the Executive Committee. There is. I should also note that I did, in talking to Sharon Page Ritchie today, she said that there were some tape-recorded minutes from a while ago, and that there are digital minutes. And so I believe all the digital minutes, like all the MP3 files, have been uploaded. I think that the taped minutes are sort of a different story. But that's sort of beyond what we're talking about now.
Right, yeah, I don't want to go there.
But yeah, I'm happy to talk to DT about that, about the NA. I'm not sure how much control we have over that.
Yeah. So let me cut to the point here. You acknowledge that there's missing minutes, and so what are you bringing forth to us? Do you need a certain amount of time?
I would be hesitant to put a certain amount of time, because I feel like we did that last time and we didn't deliver on that. What I can tell you and confirm is that we have the transcripts in our office. They just need to be, there's no attribution. So, I think all that stuff needs to be assigned, and they need to be reviewed before they're posted so that they do make sense. I'm sorry, this is very echoey. And so I think that what I can say is that Sharon is supposed to come to the meeting on May 12th, and at that point she'll have another update, and I'll continue to work with her. She knows that we take this very seriously. We hire the transcribers because we felt remiss in our duties by not having it up, and so we do, and we acknowledge that there's no way that she's going to catch up at this point. There's just so many minutes to
we
get through.
feel that pain ourselves.
Ms. Patterson-Murphy, question through the chair. If Mr. Tesh had actually asked for those minutes, be they in draft form, would you have provided them?
Absolutely. We know, and we have received requests in the past for draft minutes, and we have complied.
I'm having a problem with this case, because it says that the IDR doesn't, or the complaint doesn't state a request for those records. It just states a failure to post them.
Correct.
Good point.
If you read the charter or the 6716, it says, upon request, drafts should be provided. Upon request, final shall be provided. There's no request that I see here, just pointing out the fact that the minutes are not timely.
You are correct. To my knowledge, especially if we're looking at this body of information, no requests were made to our office for the minutes. We were merely notified by Victor that a complaint had been made that we were late in posting them. But yes, we do provide draft minutes. That's something we do.
Could I ask Mr. Tesh the same question?
Yeah. I have made many requests for draft.
Are any in our package?
I tried to put in as much as I could. The things that were sent to me were audio, CD audio. I asked for draft minutes specifically.
But
what we're looking for is your actual request for those draft minutes.
It's in the packet. There's also, Victor has signed off, he's put his initials on things. There was even an entire week where no minutes posted at all. So
We're not disputing the fact that the minutes aren't posted.
I have to look through.
We're guilty of that ourselves. However, if someone asks for minutes, then a draft needs to be provided within 10 days. That's what we're trying to get to.
I have to look.
Okay.
But just to clarify, isn't this particular request about 67.16? Paula asked for the minutes to be posted. Am I correct in this? And for these particular committee meeting minutes to be posted, and so it goes to
It just
section
says failure to post
67.16.
executive meetings.
Yeah, and then she gave, this is the complaint, and then she gave those specific ones that Kate was acknowledging that they didn't post, that they haven't had a chance to for whatever reason, but they did not do that. And then, so my understanding is Paul is correct in, it's a legitimate complaint in that these particular items were not posted, and then Kate just let us know that which ones have posted as of now. So as of the time of the complaint, some of these haven't because of lack of people or resources, however you want to put it. But according to this complaint, I do think that there is something applicable, that 67.16, that governs the process for recording meeting minutes, which doesn't matter here, but posting minutes for public view, which those aren't available. I mean, which we could be totally in trouble with too. So anyway, but so I do think that in this case, this is what your complaint is in this particular case. That's my understanding of it. And then I think in the other one, I understand what you're saying too. Member Pelpel.
So I too believe that there's a violation here, and am inclined to so move in a little bit. I also wanted to point out 67.29-2, about halfway through, there's a sentence, minutes of meetings shall be posted. I'm sorry, this is in relation to Internet access, World Wide Web minimum standards. Minutes of meetings shall be posted as soon as possible, but in any event, within 48 hours after they have been approved. I think that's relevant to this matter.
This is 10 working days.
Can I ask Ms. Patterson-Murphy, how do you sort of read that as soon as possible? Like, 6 months or a year later, is that as soon as possible, or is that like not so soon?
So the question is, the ordinance says that they shall be posted 48 hours after they've been approved.
Minutes of meetings
sorry.
shall be posted as soon as possible, but in any event within 48 hours after they have been approved, which also sort of runs counter to 67 point. You want to talk about that for a second?
The minutes for the committees are approved at the full Arts Commission, and then you're right, they should be posted in advance, within 48 hours of that. However, I do believe that the committees, for the most part, well, I'll just use the Visual Arts Committee and the Community Arts Education and Grants Committee are always because they actually have like two people who kind of tag team those minutes, so they're actually pretty timely, and they post theirs within 10 days, regardless if they've been approved or not. They post a draft.
So maybe I've
of their
got two.
minutes.
Maybe I've got two follow-up questions. Then is Ms. Paige Ritchie not She's responsible for the commission minutes, and she is not responsible for some of the committees.
Yes, so that's a good
Can you help
question.
us with
So
that?
yeah, absolutely. So Ms. Paige Ritchie is responsible for the full Arts Commission, the Civic Design Review Committee, the and the Executive Committee minutes. And then there are other designated staff personnel who are responsible for the Visual Arts Committee meeting, the Street Artist Licensing Program, and the Community Arts and Education and Grants Committee.
Like the staff people, the program people.
Exactly, the program
Okay.
staff.
But it's not actually the subcommittees that approve their own minutes as the full commission?
You know, I'm
Okay.
fuzzy on that. I don't, but
I'm not
I
sure that
will
that's
say that I think that for the most part, what I can say definitively, and it's actually sort of, it's evidenced in this body of paper, this deck, is that with regard to the sort of the Visual Arts Committee minutes, is that the Zoe Teleporos, the program person responsible for writing those minutes, posts them within the time frame.
Okay, so I'm good with that.
Okay.
So I think if I can do something I don't usually do.
Well, I have a question. Are you about to make a motion?
I can, but I wanted to articulate something.
Okay, and because I have a question first.
Okay.
I mean,
that's related.
articulate what? Yeah.
Okay. So I think it's somewhat difficult to reconcile the 67.16 within 10 days upon request requirement with the 67.29-2 as soon as possible, although it doesn't say draft, but it does say within 48 hours after adoption. It's difficult to reconcile that. Taking it together and sort of understanding the intent, which is, again, something I don't usually do, I think that bodies that do minutes, that are required to do minutes and do minutes, should create a draft of those minutes within 10 days of the meeting and should post that draft of the minutes on their website where they put minutes, indicate that that's a draft, post that within 10 business days of the meeting, and get those minutes to the body for approval as soon as possible. And then once they're approved, post the approved minutes either within 10 days or within 48 hours. But the intent is to get draft minutes produced and have them available as soon as possible and within 10 business days. So I'm sort of interpreting all that to mean that that's what they need to do, and to the extent that they haven't done it and that hasn't been done, that there's a violation. We should find that, and we should figure out how to get this fixed.
Yeah, Kate, can I ask you a
I'm sorry,
question? No, hold on one second.
This
Just
lady
wait, hold
has
on one
way
second.
more than 5 minutes.
I'm asking questions, so the 5 minutes are
These
over,
are
though.
violations for
Paula,
things-
just give me a second. You will have a chance to talk.
I knew this.
Kate, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Can you, just to be clear,
Yeah.
so let's just get to move this forward.
Sure.
Based upon this complaint, the things that are missing that Paula asked to be posted are the executive committee meeting minutes, which you're saying are not posted yet, correct?
So if I just stick with what's in this memorandum, yes, I confirm that all the dates in the memorandum have not yet been posted.
From the executive committee
From the
meetings.
executive committee minutes.
The civic design committee meetings
December
are done.
16th is done, January 13th is not.
Okay, and then the Arts Commission meeting is done.
All Arts Commission meetings are up to date.
And the Visual Arts Committee meeting
Was actually posted in advance of the deadline.
Great, so those are done. So just to be clear, how are you going to reconcile, is Sharon going to reconcile those executive committee minute meetings? How is that going to be done, and when will it be done?
Yeah, good question. Can I just clarify one thing? Because I conferred with Howard, who has been with the commission a lot longer than I have, that all of the committee meeting minutes, specifically those that have designated staff people that are other than Sharon Page Ritchie, that post within their time frames, I'll post those minutes as drafts, and they're drafts until they're approved at the full Arts Commission, and then they're made final. Okay. So that, just to clarify that. So you will have.
When I'm sorry, I mean, Eric, but so when Lou said that, like, these minutes said not applicable, There's no drafts, or
So-
how are those? How's
Yeah, so we did not create the designation for that. That was created by the Department of Technology.
That's not my question.
Okay, so yeah.
Just where are the minutes?
Yeah,
Are
so the
draft
minutes are,
or-
so those minutes now, the backlog of minutes, like I said earlier, have gone to a transcriber,
Got it.
and we have the transcriptions.
Okay.
And so they should, I mean, I think that if we posted them, they would be a mess.
Okay.
So I think that they should be edited, like I said, I don't believe there's any attribution, so they do need to be reviewed. And so we have them. Sharon will work on them, and in a couple weeks, she'll be here in person to provide you personally with an update. And so that's all I can say at the moment. I can't give you a timeline. I don't want to do that because I don't want to fail to meet that timeline.
So is Sharon? So when you're saying that drafts are when are the drafts? There's not. So since there's nothing there, and so I understand what you're saying, like the drafts, and we are guilty of this. So I'm trying to understand the drafts. Well, we do put our drafts up. Our
drafts are up.
Yeah. So the draft minutes, there are no draft minutes. So there's nothing for the public to see. So
Right.
I understand, like how you said, the transcriber is going to do them, and then in a couple weeks. So that would be your final edit that you would be putting up there at that time, right?
I did talk to her about that today, and I was like, and I have talked to her about this before. I was like, just get something up, that, and whether it's rough, like super rough, and then it's fleshed out later. I just think that she's overwhelmed by the volume of work, and I'm trying to work with her, and I think that the fact that we got approval to do this substantial amount of transcription is better than we were the last time we were here. So we are slowly chipping away at it, but I am disappointed that I'm here today with not better news, so I apologize profusely that we're not in better shape. But I am hopeful that with the transcriptions, at least we know we have something, and I can talk to her about doing a quick edit on those to just get something up. So yeah, I agree. I think it's not cool.
Yeah. So if you were able to start with what this complaint says and about these minutes from these 5 meetings, that's what I guess that's what I'm asking for. Is there a date that we could, be something finite for these 5 minutes? I know that we're now in May of
Right,
2014.
yeah.
So these are from March, August, September, October, and November
Of last year.
So I'm wondering if there is a date or something that we possibly could expect something up on your website for the public, like a draft.
Yeah, I don't write the minutes, so I just don't want to provide you with a deadline without conferring with Sharon Page Ritchie and Tom DeCaney, who is her direct report, because that's just not my place.
Got it.
But I can certainly relay the message, and I will do that. That we need to, at least by, what I can say is by the 12th, I will insist on having either something up or like having some sort of substantial body of work to present to you that it sort of shows that we are working towards getting them all up in good faith. I do want to just clarify one thing, is that I do actually see a couple emails from Ms. Tesh to Sharon Page Ritchie. They aren't labeled as IDRs, and they're mostly like, hello, the minutes aren't up from April 1st, so it's not actually clear that they are IDRs or reminders. So I said that I didn't see any emails, but I just kind of did a quick look, and there are a couple emails that are like that. They're not labeled as immediate disclosure, but they are from Mr. Tesh to Sharon Page Ritchie mentioning certain minutes. So
Okay.
thanks.
Member Pelpo?
Okay, so I'm ready to make a motion. I also wanted to make clear this language in 67.16.
Point of
I was
order.
kind of.
I believe we have to have rebuttal before motion.
Oh, that's cool. I'm good.
That's amazing. I could get a word in edgewise. with
Point of
number-
order. Rebuttal comes first from the respondent.
Don't even.
I have nothing really further to add. Again, to apologize that we are not further along in this as I'd hoped we would be. And, I think that by May 12th, we will definitely have more to present at that time. And I will do my best to ensure that we come with a, more complete explanation or at least proof of work. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Tesh?
Firstly, this is a longstanding issue. We've been this route before. It's always David Pilpel who seems to run the thing and already have his vision of where it's going to go, which is right back to his subcommittee. And where do I wind up? Right back here again. It's a revolving door. This is an order that Peter Warfield got simply because there was nothing to show of a visual arts committee meeting. And we all know about the Bernal Heights thing, which originated simply because there was a meeting and there was no record of it. And her excuses we've heard before. Yeah, they're going to be up, and suddenly yesterday things come up. And there's always the blame shifting, there's this and that. I could stand up here and file individual complaints on the additional ones that haven't posted since this filing. We'll be here for the next 100 years. And that's only that aspect of it. If we go to the street artist meetings, who writes them? Howard Lazar. He has no training. He's not required to take sunshine training. He has made so many blatant errors. My public comment was listed 5 times. In your packet, he says he's not even required to post public comment. He's doing it as a courtesy. Then you have things out of order. My due process rights were violated. I got a little blurb at the bottom, at the end, when I submitted an entire packet, and I was told it would be in the body of the minutes. This is a whole thing. Okay, we can sit here and quibble about the ones before you, or I can go tomorrow and file a bunch more. And we can be going through this over and over again. The heart of the matter, the root core, is what they've said in documents, in emails that you have, that they're not going to change their practices. They don't want to be lectured to. If I call to remind them that they're late, she'll slam down the phone, and then I'll get a nasty email from her. I've been called a criminal in emails from Lazar. I've been lectured to. The last Education and Outreach, I got a nasty email the next day when I was on calendar. What's going on with these people? This blame shifting, the this, and this. You're giving them a free pass by giving it to David Pilpel every single time. It's just going to piss me off, and tomorrow I'm going to file more because nothing changes. That's why people don't go to these public meetings. At the executive committee, they wouldn't even...
Thank you.
Okay.
At this time, is there a motion?
There is. So I agree with Ms. Datesh as to the allegations in this complaint. I think that there are problems here that we need to try to solve. I would point out the specific language in 67.16, which I'm harking back to again. The draft minutes of each meeting shall be available for inspection and copying upon request no later than 10 working days after the meeting. So it doesn't, in my view, it doesn't really matter if anyone asked for them, if anyone made the request. They need to be available for inspection and copying upon request. And the department conceded they weren't. And in some cases now, they still aren't. So I think we have sufficient grounds there and under 67.29-2 that they shall be posted as soon as possible. It appears that they haven't been posted as soon as possible. So I will move that we find a violation of 67.16 and 67.29-2 as to the alleged violations. But I need a second.
Second.
Oh, hey.
I'm sorry. Is there any discussion or anything? If not, I'd like to open it to public comment.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I got involved with the Arts Commission back when they were going through the Durham Strong about the Bernal Heights mural. And to be honest with you, their history for Following Sunshine is one of hostility. They've had the cases like when Mr. Warfield went to make public comment, one of the commissioners openly said, I'm going to make sure you don't have any ability to participate in these things going forward. I mean, so, it's bad faith, basically. I mean, you've got prior orders of determination saying they need to get their minutes up to date. They don't post the minutes. They don't even, and they admit they don't even have them available. So if I would go tomorrow and ask for all these different minutes, they couldn't provide them for me now. And I guess I could do that if it would serve some purpose. But to come here, and whether Ms. Paige Ritchie has been there 10 years or 20 years, she knows what the requirements of the law are. She has an obligation to follow them. Mr. DeCaney is the new director. He has the obligation to see that they do the job that they're supposed to do in the way they're supposed to do it under the law. Now, I will bring another point here that I think is very critical. The last time the civil grand jury discussed the Arts Commission, they came out with a scathing report which forced the former executive director, to be fired, and the former president to resign. And one of the comments they made about it is that they don't keep their records in a professional manner. They don't even know where much of the art that the city owns is. And they said it's unbelievable. You're an arts commission. You're responsible for the upkeep and the maintenance and so forth of city art, and yet you don't even know where millions of dollars worth of the city's art is. So this is not just a matter of up-to-date minutes. This is a matter, I think, also of professional record keeping. They don't keep their records professionally. And if you're looking at minutes and you're trying to now come up with minutes to post for a year ago, who in the heck is going to remember what somebody said or didn't say? And if there's confusion about the minutes, who is going to then make the determination of what these minutes are going to say now that there's nobody here that attended the meeting and nobody here that remembers what was said? And that's really the problem we're seeing here, is that after a certain point of time, it almost becomes impossible to post accurate minutes when you delay so long making any effort to actually put the minutes down on paper and post them. Making transcripts 6 months or a year later, I think all of you know, is problematic at best.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment? If not, then I would like to take a vote on the motion before us. Can you reread it, Victor?
On a motion to find the Arts Commission in violation of 67.16 and 67.29-2, on that motion, Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant.
Aye.
Grant, aye. The motion passes.
Great. So what I would like to do is, Kate, what you were saying about Sharon attending the next EOT meeting, that's great, but I would like to, I still think that for this particular complaint, I think if we speak specifically to the meeting minutes that she's asking for in this particular complaint, I think that by this time, I want to send this to compliance amendments, because I really think that she should be able to have at least these four, so goodwill or faith or something for the next compliance amendments meeting, have something up for that next meeting. So for these executive committee meetings, because it's really 5 meeting minutes, yes. That I think she should be able to have that done so that at least it moves it forward and gives the public at least a beginning of the movement forward, rather than saying, I can't tell you or this and that. And I think she should still attend the EOT, but I do think that I'd like to refer this to compliance amendments and have, by that time, what I'm asking for is to have those minutes that she requested to be a draft. I think that's fair.
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, Great, thank you.
Can I just clarify then, so that we're clear on this? At EOT, I was intending to discuss the present and the future, and what their practices, et cetera. And so we'll have compliance deal with the past.
Yeah, we'll deal
Is that
with this complaint.
Is
her
that
particular
understood
complaint.
and clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're talking bigger issues. From my understanding is that you would be talking in EOT, bigger picture issues of helping departments come up with processes and things that would make this process work better.
Right, and
how
and that they have their staffing and that they are committed to, on a
make
going forward
suggestions.
basis, right? Okay.
Cool.
So we're good. That's
Okay, so this is going to go compliance amendments, and the request is to have the executive committee meeting minutes from the days that are on this complaint, to have them up on their website by then, by the next compliance amendments meeting, which we don't know the date yet, right?
I will inform the parties via email.
Okay, great.
as a draft. So,
Thank you. Yeah, as a draft, even if they aren't the final, as draft. Okay, so let's go to the next item.
Item number 8, file number 14017, complaint filed by Paula Dutesh against Howard Lazar Arts Commission for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.7, 67.29, and 67.16 for failure to provide proper notice for a public meeting, failing to post meeting information on the commission website, and failing to post an agenda and minutes for a public meeting for the Lottery Committee meeting on August 22nd, 2013.
Great. I don't believe there is an issue with jurisdiction. I believe both parties, oh, there is? Okay, thank you. Great, come up. Do you, so you do, well, obviously you don't have an issue with jurisdiction, so, Mr. Lazar, thank you.
Yes, this was going to be the body of what we were going to say. This lottery committee, let me explain this. There's the Street Artist Ordinance that was passed by the voters of San Francisco. It then is embodied in a larger ordinance, which became Ordinance 41-83, otherwise known as Article 24 of the San Francisco Police Code. Now, there's a section in there that talks about lottery. What is the lottery? The lottery is for the street artists to run their own lottery to assign themselves selling spaces every day. Okay? That's what the lottery is. Now, to be specific, lottery the noun.
Hold on one second.
Yes.
Paul, you have to sit down while someone else is talking.
I
It's
appreciate
disrespectful.
Thank you.
It is disrespectful. No one stands up while you're talking, so please just give him the respect that we'll give you.
Thank you very much. The Lottery Committee is an ad hoc committee formed by the street artists. Now, we do refer to it. I mean, I wrote a street artist handbook called the Street Artist Program, chapter by chapter, telling street artists how they get spaces, how they get to sell, and so on. And of course, I will refer to this committee and how it works, how the procedures of assigning the spaces. But I want you to know that the noun Lottery Committee does not exist in either the ordinance passed by the voters or the overall ordinance passed by the Board of Supervisors known as Article 24. The term that's used in there is lottery system. So and this is section 2406, which provides for the Arts Commission to, quote, establish and supervise a lottery system whereby those persons certified by the Arts Commission as street artists shall be chosen by lot for the available selling areas. And then in section 2406, it also says that the Art Commission may make such reasonable rules and regulations as necessary to effectuate the lottery. The Commission, at its discretion, may postpone any lottery if sufficient volunteers to conduct the lottery are not available. So again, nowhere does it say Lottery Committee. The artists have been allowed basically to have a drawing of lots to determine who shall be on this ad hoc committee, and you need a committee to keep order. You can't have 100 or 200 street artists meeting in a morning suddenly drawing numbers. There'd be chaos there. So they keep order. And of course, the benefit of being on that lottery committee is that whichever member of the committee is running the lottery of that day, he gets first choice of any of the spaces. That's why someone would be on the lottery. So again, the Art Commission is not required to post an agenda for an ad hoc committee that is not even specified in the ordinance, nor made up of commissioners acting in a policy body. And not only that, but I don't believe there was ever a vote of the Art Commission to establish a lottery committee. We were following lottery system. We had the power to establish a lottery system.
Okay.
So that's my argument.
Great, thank you. Would you care to respond?
Oh, this is so typical.
Regarding jurisdiction.
Jurisdiction. That whole speech was sandbagging. Here's the article right here. I don't see any mention of anything that he said. This is
We can't read, our
I'm
things
sorry.
are
We're
not
not getting that
working,
tonight.
so just either, can you summarize and he'll pass it around, but what is it? What is this?
We're talking about a meeting agenda and posting requirements. Nowhere in that code does it talk about anything like that. And that's so typical of what he does. That was posted in a public notice place. The minutes came up at the Full Arts Commission for approval. It was posted on the letterhead of the Arts Commission, and it was held in their office as a public meeting. There was a section there for public comment. Everything about it speaks to a public meeting. If it wasn't posted on their website, I just happened in the building that day. I saw it. I opened the door. There was nobody there. And at the next full commission meeting, that the minutes came up for approval, I went on record and I said, there was no agenda posted. How could you post meeting minutes? And that's when I filed the complaint. Meets all the requirements of a public meeting. Article 24 of the San Francisco Police Code is an off-topic. The Blue Book has nothing to do with it. And this is sandbagging. This is the way the guy talks. That meets all the requirements of a public meeting.
You need to see it?
We
pass it
actually have this as a handout at our
Mhm.
desks.
Oh.
And it was part of the.
It was
packet.
posted on a public notice board on the letterhead of the Arts Commission.
Madam Chair?
Member Pilpel.
So I don't know if there's any further public comment on this question. I think we've already now heard some of the argument as to the substance. I'm not ready to reach the issue of whether the lottery committee or the lottery system is a meeting within the ambit of the ordinance, but I think jurisdiction has been established, and so I would move to find jurisdiction, subject to further public comment, if there is it. It's on the table, actually.
Is it on the table?
Yeah.
If you note in the response of Patterson, she's added words into the code ad hoc that are not written there in the code.
Victor, will you give it to him?
So
Say it again.
Came off the website of the San Francisco Police Code.
the backside of it is the same thing as what the Arts Commission provided to us in the packet at page 175. the
Except
lottery
Patterson has added ad hoc 3 separate times. It's not written in the ordinance.
No, the section of the ordinance doesn't say ad hoc anywhere. Okay, in any event, I've made a motion to find jurisdiction.
Yeah, exactly. Is there a second or?
Second.
It's been moved in second.
Madam Chair.
Member Nee.
Yes. Mr. Lazar, Ms. Patterson, please. Yes. At whose initiative was the lottery committee established?
Well, this goes back to the early 1970s.
At whose? Could you answer my question?
I'm getting there, sir. I'm getting there, sir. I'm trying to search my memory because I wasn't that involved with the space assignment issues. So my understanding is that it was the artists themselves who initiated a lottery committee.
Okay. So the committee was not it was not established by the Arts Commission?
No. The Arts Commission is charged with establishing and maintaining a lottery system. There didn't necessarily have to even be a committee.
So the artists themselves are the ones that...
We
the
do.
system.
We do. The Street Artists Committee, which is made up of art commissioners, will hear recommendations from the Lottery Committee to help effectuate the lottery system. And that's in order.
Madam Chair, I think this is great discussion, and we should absolutely do this, but I think that these are... The questions you're asking are substantive, and that's why I think we should find jurisdiction and have the substantive discussion. Regardless of where we end up on the substantive matter, I think jurisdiction has been established, and I think we should dispose of that first and then get into the substance.
Well, I'm not sure jurisdiction has been established. If the committee, the whole question is whether the committee, that the lottery committee falls under Sunshine or Brown Act requirements, and if they don't fit the definition of a policy body, then I'm not sure we have jurisdiction.
Well, then just to respond, if I might, in the past when we have had these questions about whether or not a body is a this or is a that, we have found jurisdiction so as to address those questions about definitions. I don't think that I think it puts the cart before the horse to address definitions and was it a policy body, a passive meeting body, who established it, et cetera, without first finding that we've got jurisdiction to hear the matter. I'm not disputing that we shouldn't go through this analysis. I absolutely agree with you on that.
Okay.
All right. Anyway.
So there's a motion on the floor. It's been second. I will take a roll call vote.
Just note there are no members of the public in the room. On the question of jurisdiction, on the motion to determine jurisdiction, Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn? Washburn absent. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Sims?
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member David?
Absent.
Absent. Member Highland?
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka?
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant?
Aye.
Grant, aye. The motion passes.
Okay, great. So let's open it up to Ms. Ditesh. You have 5 minutes to tell us about the content of this case.
Just trying to stay on topic. So many things go wrong over there. Basically, I went up in that building for another reason. They have a board in front of their offices to the left where they regularly post meeting agendas. And I happened to notice this one. It was on the letterhead of the Arts Commission, posted on a public meeting board, run on the 4th floor conference room. It was a notice. This is the item that we're going to come about. It was some sort of disciplinary thing. Here's the public comments section. And the normal things that you would say about the disabilities and know your rights under the Sunshine Ordinance. It happened to be that day. It was around about 10:30 in the morning. I opened the door. No one was there. So, I wasn't going to just go run in the back because they've called the police on me for that. And I wasn't going to go find this conference room, which could have been in some other place. You just don't do that. So I went to the next full commission meeting, which was probably 2 weeks later, usually the first Monday of the month. The minutes of this particular meeting came up for approval. So I stood up and I said, I don't believe they should be approved because the public wasn't properly noticed of this public meeting. And by virtue of the fact that you're here approving the minutes means that it was a public meeting. There were discussions with Andrea Osbury, who was the clerk at the time. I came over here. She told me to take a photograph of the thing, to send them an email noticing them or requesting more information about this. Why wasn't it posted on their website? Will the minutes be coming up? Will there be audio, which is a requirement also? And of course, I never get responses to those things. That's it. This was a public meeting.
Is there any anyone in support of any additional facts or evidence for the complainant? If not, then I would like to invite the respondent up. Mr. Lazar, and you have 5 minutes.
I'm not sure what this document is, to tell you the truth. It looks like dismissal of lottery committee members. It is true that I, being the manager of the lottery system, have the authority to dismiss a lottery member from the committee if he violates any street artist rule. I can do that. We have never posted agendas or minutes of that lottery committee. We have never submitted minutes of the lottery committee for full art commission approval. That's totally absurd. So I don't know. I think she's confused. But that lottery committee is a committee of street artists. And here's another thing: if they were street artists, how could they take up issues?
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Paula, you can't stand there. That's okay. When you do it, we'll ask you. But please stop that. It's
Okay, thank you.
distracting.
As I say, they can come, any one member, they don't have to come as a committee, can come to our Street Artists Commissioners Committee and give recommendations to effectuate the lottery or ask for more spaces in a certain location, something like that. But this is a committee of members that draw lots every 3 months, so it changes, there's a flux there, and we don't, if they take their own minutes, then we certainly don't give them to the Art Commission for an approval. And as I told you, and I'm beating the horse to death, but even that document that she produced, the term committee does not exist. The word lottery exists, lottery system exists, but not committee. And if that word committee is not in the people's vote, Proposition L, of the ordinance, and it's not in the supervisor's vote encompassing Prop L and all the other sections, the term lottery committee does not exist. How can we be in violation for posting something that we are not required to post? And that's my argument.
Great, thank you. Is there any one member of public that wants to offer any additional facts and evidence? If not, then I'd like to open it up to the members. Member Pilpel?
So, first to Mr. Lazar.
What is this? Is that?
You've seen this page 174 of the packet?
Yes, and I'm having difficulty trying to read what that is.
I am too. Can you tell us a little more? It looks to me like there was something on whatever day, August 22nd, 2013 was at 10:30 a.m., Arts Commission, conference room, San Francisco agenda, and I see something, hearing on dismissal of and request for consideration of the two lottery committee.
That could be I, as a hearing officer.
Don't speculate if you don't know.
Yeah, I really don't know. I don't want to speculate, but I'm just saying that.
Can you make a note to find out what the heck was going on that date at that time?
Sure.
And get us a real copy of whatever this is that Ms. Datesh took a picture of? I don't think anyone's contesting that Ms. Datesh took a picture of something, and we're just trying to figure out what it says, right? And you can find that document, hopefully, and get it to us? What?
I will try.
Cool. Do you think this came from your office?
I question that too. I want to find out.
Okay, is it entirely possible?
It doesn't look like it's on our letterhead.
Okay, hold on. Is it entirely possible that someone at the Arts Commission, you or one of your people, for lack of a better term, held a hearing on that date regarding the dismissal of something regarding the lottery committee?
The possibility
Is that possible?
exists that if anyone held that hearing, it would have been me.
Okay.
Okay?
Is it possible that you or one of your people put something that looks like an agenda for some kind of hearing up? Is that possible?
That's possible.
Okay. So you'll find out about that.
I will find out, but they wouldn't have put it one that said lottery committee hearing.
Okay. Well, it appears to us from the evidence before us that somebody had something up that says that hearing, dismissal, lottery committee agenda. So it may be that this ultimately was the equivalent of an administrative hearing regarding dismissal of a member of a something or conduct whatever.
Sure.
But you need to somehow explain that better, because what we have before us, unfortunately for you, says lottery committee, and that doesn't exactly help you here. Let me turn to the next page in our packet, 175, with Section 2406 from the Police Code. I hear what you're saying. Nothing on this page says lottery committee. It says lottery system. It also says, in, for me, relevant part, sub E, the Art Commission, isn't it actually the Arts Commission? All right, whatever. The commission may make such reasonable rules and regulations as are necessary to effectuate the lottery. Do such rules and regulations exist?
Yes.
And they have been adopted or made by the commission?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have those rules and regs with you?
I don't have them with me.
Okay, but they exist. Are they on the website by chance? Maybe
they would be. Yes, they would be in the handbook.
Okay.
Yes, they are listed in a section of our handbook that talks about the dates that the Art Commission passed various lottery amendments, lottery rules.
Okay. So those rules regarding effectuating the lottery were adopted by the commission.
Correct.
Not the staff. You wrote them or drafted them,
right.
But it was the commission
Correct.
that adopted those. Okay. We don't have those before us, but depending on what those rules say, I think, may help determine whether the lottery system involved people doing a thing, i.e., one second. Whether it was an advisory board, commission, committee, or body created by the initiative of a policy body. If so, and I don't know that we have enough evidence before us right now, then I think under 67.3D4, then this group might be a policy body subject to blah, blah, blah. Okay? It may or may not, but you haven't, Ms. Datesh hasn't provided us enough evidence that it is. You haven't provided us enough evidence that it isn't. We don't have enough before us. So I'm not sure.
But I can say, if I may respond, that the lottery committee does not set policies. They can come in just to the Street Artists Committee, which is made up of arts commissioners, to give recommendations.
Right.
But it's the Street Artists Committee and then the Full Art Commission that sets the policy.
Well, and I was going to get to that in a second. I think
Member Pilpel, I think the focus here should be determining whether or not the volunteers that comprise the lottery committee qualify as a policy body. So you might want to ask more geared questions toward that.
Well,
thank you.
But my understanding is that it turns on whether the body, whether the group, whatever you want to call it, was created by the initiative of a policy body. And so seeing what's in the rules and regs that were adopted by the commission is material to that determination, in my view.
Well, regardless if it was created by a policy body or not, you should look at the duties of those volunteers. You should ask questions geared towards that to determine whether or not they qualify as an advisory body.
I think it's a combination, but we don't have those rules and regs before us, or the duties of...
Why don't you ask questions about that?
Well, I'm looking for documents, but
Maybe if I could just take over here for a second.
Feel free.
Mr. Lazar, I'm looking here on your website, and I sent this to Victor by email. If you want to pop it open, I don't know if you can display it on the screen or not, but this is from your minutes. The San Francisco Arts Commission Street Artists Committee refers to a lottery committee. That is not your committee. That is, or do you have oversight of that?
Wait, read that again?
The Street Artists Committee, are you asking, or the Lottery Committee?
Hold on one second. We'll pull it up here. And this references that August 22nd meeting.
Okay, good.
And it references the Lottery Committee.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, let's get this up, and you can tell us what we're looking at. Let's see if we can get our AV to work. I sent you the link, Victor. You should just click on the link by email. Oh.
What's the website?
Can we read it to you?
Yeah, if you could read it to me, I could understand.
Yeah, so read it to Victor so I can get it up.
Mm.
If you go to the Street Artists Committee, September 11th, 2013, agenda.
Are we looking for public meetings?
Yeah.
Yeah, Street Artists Committee right there. That one, yeah. Mm-hmm. September 11th, 2013.
Was it the minutes that you were looking at?
Agenda. Item number 5.
You can look on the computer, Mr. Lazar. Might be easier to read.
What website is this?
So the Street Artists Committee, first of all, is the Arts Commissioners Committee, okay? They get recommendations from me, they get recommendations from various street arts, and they also get recommendations from this ad hoc lottery committee. And evidently, the lottery committee met and decided that they want a certain recommendation about trading, it looked like here, which I won't go into, trades of days for running the lotteries. And so they offered this to the committee. We had a hearing on this, of the Street Arts Committee, and the Street Arts Committee commissioners evidently voted to approve it. To make their own recommendation to give to the Full Arts Commission at the next Full Art Commission meeting.
So this is confirming that it's a separate ad hoc body.
Yes, the Lottery Committee is definitely ad hoc. The other is not.
Okay. And it's just confirming that the Lottery Committee falls under the Street Artists Committee.
They're not charged with any duties by the Street Artists Committee. The Arts Commission passed rules that they must follow to effectuate the lottery procedure. The Art Commission passed rules allowing me as program director to dismiss a lottery committee member if they violate the rules, but they're not. I don't want to leave you with the idea that this is like advisory to the Street Arts Committee, because they're not. I think what they do is they feel that if they come in as a committee, what they would have to sell to the Art Commission would have more weight. But any member of that lottery committee can come to the Street Artists Committee with a proposal like that. Or any street artist, for that matter, can do that too.
What's been your practice about posting notices about this lottery in the past? I see there's a reference to lottery book.
That about posting notices, I think perhaps a long time ago, the lottery committee would ask my assistant or I to say, look, send this out on email to the artists that we're going to have a meeting, that sort of thing. We never posted it online. And only when this issue came up that I realized, rereading the section, that there's no mention of a lottery committee. Had there been a mention of lottery committee, then definitely I would see that the Art Commission's responsibility to post online agendas and take minutes and so on for this.
So,
Member Pilpel.
can I hop in for a second? So you're sort of conceding at this point that there is a lottery committee, however it was formed, whoever's serving on it. You can remove people. You can't add people. How do people get added?
They hold a drawing by lots every 3 months, and that's how they who determines.
No, that's not the lottery for spaces. This is a different. This is the lottery to get on the committee to hold the lottery. It's a lottery for the lottery.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And that's explained in the rules and regs that we haven't seen yet. Yes, or not?
Yeah, there are various rules. Yes, there is the rule about drawing lots.
Okay.
And the day that it happens, that sort of thing. Right. About being on the committee. And there are other rules.
That is in the rules and regs. Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
That's an amendment to the lottery procedure.
Okay.
The Art Commission has passed a procedure starting in 1980, and they kept adding amendments recommended to that procedure.
I believe that. Have you, in all of your discussions with Ms. Vera or others in the city attorney's office, have you reviewed the operations of this lottery committee, and have you asked the question of whether it is a policy body, a passive meeting body, or neither?
No.
You have not asked that question?
No.
Okay. So it's sort of a question of first impression for this task force.
That's why I asked some questions about what has been the practice. And I think if they've been posting meeting notices for years and years, then de facto they're treating it as such. But I'm not getting that sense. I don't sense the responsibility of that commission to do that.
But maybe they should have. We don't know that.
Well, it was obviously set up at arm's length for a reason, and that's how I'm still interpreting it.
If one asked for minutes of that particular meeting, do you have minutes?
Yes, the minutes of the Street Artists Committee.
No, minutes of the Lottery Committee meeting of August, I believe, 12th were referenced.
If that is a lottery committee meeting, we have to determine that. It bleeds out on the edges. Yes, it does.
Can someone read? I don't have this.
Mr. Tesh, can you please take a seat? You'll not be asked another time.
Victor, can you read the relevant item there? Yeah.
Item number 5, action. Hearing and possible motion to approve the following Lottery Committee recommendation of August 12, 2013 Lottery Committee meeting. 1. Lottery Committee members' trades of days for running lotteries must be written down in the lottery book.
So some sort of meeting took place, which is fine. I mean, this is the street artists' own committee or body, whatever you want to call themselves. That's how I'm seeing that.
Okay, so this referenced recommendation from the August 12th, 2013 Lottery Committee, do you have a copy of that recommendation somewhere?
Oh, I would have to have a copy of the recommendation so that it would go on this agenda.
Okay.
Okay. Whether or not I would have their minutes, I don't know. I mean, many times.
Are there audio recordings made of this group?
No, they're not.
Are these meetings held at 25 Van Ness?
No. They're held on the street. They're held at Joseph Conrad Park.
So this recommendation of the lottery, where was this gathering on August 12th held? In a park somewhere?
I'm guessing. They've had their own meetings. I have met with them for informational reasons, to exchange information at Joseph Conrad Park, okay? They have held their own meetings on the street. They then will submit to me.
I'm about to give up, but I'm trying to. Well, I'm trying to understand on this particular point here.
I think what he's saying, and
Okay.
this is a on the street ad hoc group of people that make recommendations to this committee and to the Arts Commission of how they'd like to have things run or change. But those original meetings were not public meetings, not organized, no agendas, no meetings, no minutes. That's how I'm understanding it.
Do you have something,
Bruce?
Bruce?
That's correct.
Okay, Bruce?
Everything that I've heard up to now says to me that this is not a policy body. Okay? So, I think the only policy body here would be the Arts Commission itself. So, in that respect, are we even supposed to be doing what we're doing with this particular?
So you're back to jurisdiction.
Well, since we approved...
I don't think we have jurisdiction in this case.
That's what he's saying.
So we can definitely move forward because that was a question, but we did vote that we accepted jurisdiction. So now that we're on the content, hearing these arguments, I think we're splitting hairs and that is not a policy body, this lottery committee. And I think we're, as to use your words, we're kind of splitting hairs here. And do you have something to say?
Yeah, it may be that it's not. I don't know that it is or isn't. I haven't seen these rules and regs. And to me, if the rules and regs say that the commission or the staff shall appoint people or do whatever, I need to read those rules and regs to better understand what the Arts Commission did. And if the Arts Commission acted in adopting those rules and regs to provide for certain things, then under 67.3, whatever the thing that I just read, D4, then it may be a policy body. I don't have enough information before me right now to make that determination.
So in your questions, you couldn't determine that?
No, because I need to see those rules and regs, and I don't have that before me.
Mr. Lazar.
I want to clarify one thing, though. I have no authority to appoint people to this committee. And the other thing is I can liken it to an organized neighborhood group. They can meet. They can meet. They can take votes. They can go right to City Hall and say, we want the Planning Commission to do this for our neighborhood. But they're not the policymaker. The Planning Commission's the policymaker. And I think if you think of it in this way, then you'll have an understanding.
Great, thank you. Member Nee.
Mr. Lazar?
Sir.
But you also told us that you have the authority to remove members of that of that committee.
Correct.
Okay. Where, if you're not, if you have any kind of jurisdiction at all, any kind of authority at all over the composition of that committee, then why should we not consider it a policy body?
I don't have authority over the composition. I have authority as the manager, the administrator of that program, to see that the rules are followed, to see that the street artists follow rules, and especially the lottery, any street artist assigning a space to a street artist, that he's following all, not just lottery rules, I'm talking about the ordinance itself, where they can sell, the size of their display, what they're selling, and so on. If they break any of those rules, I'm duty-bound as an administrator to enforce the street artist ordinance and to make sure I don't allow that person to stay on that committee. That's my input on that one.
Got it.
How often have you removed somebody from that committee?
Not very often, thank God. Not very often. It's been a few years, actually.
Can you quantify in the last 10 years how many people you...
I would say within the last 10 years, I believe there were about 3. One I can remember very, very vividly. The other 2 kind of easy.
And every 3 months, the composition of that group changes on their own?
Well, half the composition.
Okay.
Because they want to keep a continuity.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, did I do rebuttals or anything yet? No. Okay. Thank you. Do you have one last question?
I'm not persuaded, I'm making a statement, I am not persuaded that this is not a policy body. I am increasingly persuaded that it may be, to the extent that they have some power under the ordinance and under this whole street artist scheme to exercise some powers of the city to assign spaces based on this lottery, then they're acting as some agent of the city and were created by the Arts Commission pursuant to an ordinance under rules and regs that we haven't seen. I think that they're, likely a policy body. It has nothing to do with what their specific duties are, so long as they have some function and are created by the initiative of a policy body.
May I respond to that?
Member Highland?
My reading of this, and I don't know, at the inception when this is all set up, I think someone somewhere gave the right to conduct this lottery to the street artist and kept that right at arm's length from a commission. There's obvious reasons for that. And I think to try and read this and force them to incorporate that lottery system and have it all under their purview in all, 100% of the Street Arts Commission is probably against the original intent of how this was structured. I agree it's not very clean, but I do not see this as a policy body, which therefore brings it under the Arts Commission.
Great. If there are no more questions or comments, I'd like to invite Mr. Lazar back up if you have any concluding remarks or anything to sum up.
I want to thank you, sir, for bringing up that point, because it was the San Francisco Board of Supervisors that enacted this section of the ordinance. And after listening to the street artists themselves, they didn't want to be agents of the city. They wanted just to get compensation of free space to have an orderly system of assigning spaces. The other thing is, what was carefully written into that ordinance, and I failed to mention this to you earlier, is that in that section 2406 that talks about lottery system, it says that the Art Commission shall not be liable for any damage, injury, or loss occasioned by the lottery. I remember that very clearly because I asked the city attorney who was drafting the legislation to put that in there, because we did not, my bosses and I did not want to be responsible legally for any injury or anything like that. So therefore, I feel, again, this points to the fact that they're not acting as agents for the city. We are not responsible for them. We are responsible to make sure that whoever's on that lottery committee is adhering to all the rules of the ordinance.
It's refreshing to hear from people that were actually there when the ordinance was created.
Ms. Tetesh, you can come up for your rebuttal or any concluding comments. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. You see in the public record, which is the full commission meeting of September 9, 2003, the minutes for the lottery, August 22nd, lottery committee, August 22nd, 2013, came up for approval. You see my public comment contesting these minutes and the reason why. So this is public record, number 1. Number 2, the more Howard Lazar talks, the more he throws you off topic, which is so typical. Here you see in this, there is a record of it, a lottery committee meeting. You see the date, you see the time, and you see where it took place in a conference room 4th floor, 25 Vaness. So, and there's a record of it. I believe it was a disciplinary meeting. He ran it. I got a few public documents which are as convoluted and redacted as he is, which didn't provide much information, but there is a public record that this event did take place. As far as the ordinance that he talks about, I copied it, and there it is before you. We don't need to know his suppositions and his personal references and his vague recollection. It's an ordinance, it's there, it's straightforward. Either, this event did take place, it was run as a public meeting, and the minutes came up for approval. To me, that says that was a public meeting.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to know if there is a motion to find a violation of the ordinance. Is there? Yeah, please.
I'd make a motion, but I just don't see that it's going to get support. So I think that would kind of be a waste. I mean, we can go through the exercise if you want.
If you have a motion you want to put forward, you can see if you'll get a second. You should definitely.
But I just don't have enough before me to base it. I have a feeling, but I would need some more information. In lieu of that, could I ask if we could maybe make some brief information requests from the Arts Commission and then maybe put this to bed for the moment?
Right now, I'd like to
that?
just
right.
decide if we're going to make a motion or not, and then
Okay, but I have
you
an
can
alternate.
suggest other things.
Okay.
Is there a motion on the floor? If not, I'm going to declare the matter concluded, but I'd like to open it up to public comment. Is there anybody? There's no one out there.
Well,
Okay.
I wanted
Sorry.
to suggest an alternate approach, if I might.
Okay. There's no motion, so why don't you suggest your alternative?
So the three things that I would love to see here, the August 22nd, 2013, whatever that was, the hearing agenda, if we can find whatever that was. The rules and regs, I would love to see. It would help me understand who does what over there. And if Mr. Lazar or someone on the staff could create a new document for us that could summarize very briefly who does what within this program, what does the Arts Commission do, the Executive Committee, the Street Artists Committee, the Board of Examiners, this Lottery Committee. There are a lot of different players, it sounds like, within this Street Artist program, and I'm losing an understanding of who does what and how the pieces intersect. It may be that they're all good and they're all doing the right thing. I'm not suggesting otherwise, but we keep hearing about the Street Artist program without having, I think, a reasonable understanding of who the players are and how they work together. I would love to see that, and I'm not looking for a long document.
I think that's in light of this complaint, I think that's a lot to ask of them if there's no motion, and
I think we're going to keep
you can ask
seeing,
if
okay,
it comes back up.
We're going to keep seeing stuff from.
You can put a
Ms.
personal
Detesh or
request to
from
that.
others.
I'm not going to put that forth as something from the task force, though, because I think that in our lack of a motion, we have decided that we don't feel that it's something that the lottery committee, which is what was brought to us today, is something that Mr. Lazar, as a policy body, is responsible for. So I think that you are more than welcome as the EOT chair to put a request forth, but I don't think that I don't think the other members, and they can please chime in, they want them to go through the trouble of creating a new document that lists all the different parts and stuff. That's a lot to ask right now. So for me, I don't see that as something I'd like to have. I don't need that.
I just think it would aid this task force because I think we will continue to see complaints from street artists about the street artist program, and I don't think we have a good understanding of these pieces. So I'm looking forward in terms of our being able to adjudicate these matters.
Let's cut them some slack on this one. They've got a lot of minutes to go through. I think that's their priority.
That's the Arts Commission, not the Street Artist Program.
My point
Is the handbook something that's sendable by email, by electronically?
It's online, it's on our website.
It's on the
There we
website.
go.
The entire thing, it's over 200 pages long.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not ask
Right.
other departments to create
new
things
yeah.
for us. It's,
No. Since there is no motion and there is no public comment, I am going to declare this matter concluded. Thank you both for coming here, and we can go to the next item. Victor?
Item number 9, file number 14018, complaint filed by Paula Tesh against Howard Lazar, Arts Commission, for allegedly violating Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.21 and 67.25 for failure to respond or provide a late response to 5 immediate disclosure requests submitted on February 6, 2014, and 1 immediate disclosure request submitted on February 8, 2014.
So Mr. Tesh obviously is not contesting jurisdiction. Is the Arts Commission, is Mr. Lazar? I can't see. Okay.
Victor, how do I get this?
Hold 1 second. Can I get, since jurisdiction accepted?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
And I am then going to declare this motion passed without objection, because I don't think there's any objections from the task force.
and there's no public comment.
Oh, and there's no public comment.
Say that for the recording.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Tesh, you have 5 minutes.
Okay.
Talk about the content of this case.
Okay, these are a number of IDRs that had no response to them at all. This is not a unique event. Lazar has consistently not responded to IDRs, had a late response, or the response wasn't relevant to the IDR. I only went back as far as 2009. I'm sure it's gone back a lot more than that. Here's a listing of late responses from actually 2008 to 2013.
Sorry, we can't see that. Can you tell? Is this in the
I
packet?
believe all the documents are in your packet.
It's in the packet.
Can you give us the page on this?
I don't know.
Page 7 on the computer,
These were the orders that issued. These were the people that
191.
came forward and went through the process, and all, those are all late responses there, going back to 2008. So also peppered into his responses are slander. He called me a criminal in an email of 3/4/10, and he's Lazar is salaried with part of his job description is to fill soft requests, and he bills out for these requests. You can see in your docket. But staying on topic, I've also provided a number of other non-responsive IDRs or late IDRs, only a few, and this is only a small amount. There are easily 10 that I provided in your packet that were late responses or the response didn't answer the IDR. And they're simple things like please provide me a section of the ordinance that has to do with inspections in the street. And what do I get? A badge issued by Senator Feinstein. That clearly is another hearing like this because the guy can't read. I mean, that's typical. Or he'll provide me with minutes from 2009 that have nothing to do with anything. The civil grand jury report called this sandbagging, and this is a typical technique that he uses. Oftentimes, he'll copy one page 80 times, and he filled the response. So, I've only provided you a few so you get an idea of what's going on here. You hear him speak. He's, really not staying too much on topic. My IDRs are always clear and straightforward. This is the information I'd like, and what do I get as a response? Either no response, everything from my computer broke down to the dog ate it to, it just goes on and on. And then there are the multiple emails he sends to me. I counted 505 in total. So the basic long-term history of his is the late response. He doesn't answer the IDR. He doesn't provide relevant information. Oftentimes he forgets to include the document PDF, so I get multiple emails later, and I'm trying to piece it together as to what this has to do with anything. And again, in 41 years, he has never had any sunshine training. I don't think personally he can read and write. I've edited a few of his emails down to try to get to the heart of what he's saying. It's the same with the Blue Book. This 200 and whatever page document could be written in 5 pages. He can't read and respond to simple requests. And again, I've gone to the Full Arts Commission meetings, and when it comes to the street artist section, I stand up again and say, look, I asked about this, and my response was completely off topic and have nothing to do with the IDR. I mean, if you're going to look, as I said last time, probably 3% were on target. Probably 75% were late. It's just all verbal diarrhea, in my opinion. So these are clear, late, off-topic. I mean, if you want me to file individual ones on every late response, again, we'll be here for many years.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is there anyone here that wants to offer any support, facts, and evidence? If not, then I'd like to invite the respondent up.
Thank you. Kate Patterson-Murphy, Director of Communications at the San Francisco Arts Commission. I'm just going to kick this one off, again, by sort of bringing it back to what is elucidated in the memo. And then I'm going to invite Howard up to just go through all of our individual responses. Victor was kind enough to include a summary of IDR requests for file number 14018, and they are as follows. Number 1, inspection done during January 2014, documents regarding the inspection and log of hours spent on inspections and inspectors' names. Number 2, information regarding construction on Stockton Street and street artist spaces that have been blocked by the barricades. Documents related to the YouTube video, and this is number 3, entitled Howard Lazar and the Real Founder of the Street Artist Program. Number 4, request for a letter stated the position of the SFAC regarding the July 13, 2013 appeal. Number 5, documents regarding an appeal hearing on July 14th and correspondence with Mark Tetro. Number 6, documents regarding negotiations for barriers on Stockton Street and the loss of street artist space. I think that you'll find in just a moment that we are usually extremely timely when it comes to responding to Ms. Detesh's requests. I have here a copy of our log, which I will pass out to you, which has when we receive the requests and when we complete the requests. And I'd also like you to note that in this fiscal year, we've had 95 IDRs, and 80 of those have been from Ms. Detesh. So 84% of the IDRs we respond to are from Ms. Detesh. I just want to say that I think it's highly inappropriate for someone to accuse my colleague of being illiterate. I think that it is grave, and I don't think that has a place here. And so I think that, as you can see, Howard is very literate, and I just want to say that as his colleague, I don't like to hear him being slandered. So I'm going to turn it over to Howard to go into the particulars, but here is the log.
So I will address each of those points that were listed. The first one, which, can I please have this? Yeah, thank you. The first one, which was inspections done during January 2014. Okay. That one, I did not get, or perhaps I got, didn't see it, I don't know. I failed on that one. I'm going to flat out admit that to you. How I finally got it was from the supervisor of records, Paula Jessen, who forwarded that request to me. And as soon as I got it, I filled it right away because that was no problem providing my inspection logbooks. That's what I do. Part of my job is to go out on the street as an inspector. Okay. So I freely admit that. Okay. Now, the others, all of the other 5, which she submitted on February 6th, I was on a pre-arranged absence from the office from February 6th through February 11th. I could not get my emails from the office. Okay. I came back to work on the 12th. That's when I saw these. And I did my best to fulfill them either that day of the 12th or the next day, the 13th. And I don't feel that I should be penalized for being away from the office on a prearranged activity. So anyway, number 2, information regarding construction on Stockton Street and street artist spaces that have been blocked by the barricades. I responded to her on the 13th that we have no information, records, or documents responsive to your request. Number 3, documents related to the YouTube video entitled Howard Lazar and the Real Founder of the Street Arts Program. I responded on the 12th, the day I came back to work. We have no records responsive to any part of your request. Number 4, request for a letter stating the position of the SFAC regarding the July 13, 2013 appeal. I responded on February 13th, and on February 13th, and I said, Dear Ms. Datish, the Arts Commission is not aware of an appeal which you state was held on July 13th, 2013. Indeed, July 13, 2013 fell on a Saturday. If, however, you are referring to the Arts Commission... Am I permitted to continue?
I'm going to let you finish that sentence, and then, Paul, I'll give you additional time, too, because I'd like to hear what the final thing was.
Okay. If, however, you're referring to the Arts Commission's position relevant to a decision which was released by the Board of Appeals on July 16th, 2013, with regard to your appeal which was heard by the Board on June 2013, then please see the attached August 19, 2013 letter by Deputy Director Rebecca Carell stating the Arts Commission's position resulting from the decision. This is the letter which was mailed to you twice. The Arts Commission's position still stands. So the point I just want to finish is, and I know I won't take you through item 5 and item 6. I responded to those, but I want you to know I was away from the 6th through the 11th. There's no way, and no one at the Art Commission was qualified to answer any of these.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Is there any member of the public that'd like to offer any additional facts or evidence? No? Then I would like to now open it up to the members. Member Nee.
Mr. Lazar, please. During the period that you were away from the office, was the office open for business during that period?
Yes, it was.
Who staffed it?
Mm-hmm.
Who staffed it?
My assistant, Alyssa Licouris.
Okay. When you know you're going, obviously this was prearranged. You did it with the sanction of the city, et cetera. So do you not have somebody who can receive and respond to emails, phone calls, et cetera, in your absence?
Yes, Alyssa can, and she does to certain IDRs that she can respond to, like an IDR who would want a CD or an audio of a meeting. She can do that right away. But on these questions here, she's not privy to that.
Well, you know, you have a requirement You have a requirement here, under the law.
Mm-hmm.
The requirement was not met. And, is it, even though your absence from the office may have been excused, I fail to see where that excuses you from the requirement under the Sunshine Ordinance.
But may I ask a question? How could my assistant know where to look to ascertain that no negotiations occurred between me and the merchants on the Stockton Street barricades?
Madam Chair.
I'm done.
Are you done? Member Pelpel. Sorry.
All right. So let me follow up on that point and then go to a couple related things. So are you telling us that Ms. Licouris has access to your email in your absence?
Yes. Yes, she does. Yes.
So would it not be possible for her, upon reviewing the email, or at least looking at the subject line, if there's a subject line that says immediate disclosure request, to take that request, log it as you do on the log, and provide a response by the close of business of the next business day saying, we've received your request. Unfortunately, Mr. Lazar is out of the office. We're going to need additional time to respond, but we have your request, and as soon as he gets back, he will process it. But I can't give you a substantive response today because he's not here. Is that not possible?
That's possible, but wouldn't we still be in violation by not providing a substantive response?
That's a different question. I tend to think that you would be in compliance for responding by the close of business of the next business day, and to the extent that you need to invoke an exemption, an extension of time because you're not available, that seems to me at least like a reasonable extension of time. The point is to give something to the person. As long as someone else has access to your email, right? If they didn't have your password or whatever, that would be a different question. Right. If they do, then I think somebody from your office needs to provide a response by the close of the next business day and have something. It may not be a substantive, it can be a procedural response, but something. Otherwise, I think, as Member Nee was suggesting, you've got a failure. So that was one. I'm thinking for a second. I apologize for the thinking. Can I actually go to Ms. Datesh for a moment? I was looking at some of the additional documents that you provided here.
Yes.
Do you have the packet material there?
Pretty familiar with it.
Okay. A couple of these where you said, why does Lazar copy her in reference to Ms. Jessen?
Right.
Those were actually emails that you sent to Mr. Lazar copying Ms. Jessen.
Okay.
So there's that. And Mr. Lazar, you may want to catch some of this. Some of these additional documents where you said Lazar didn't respond, you sent it to howard.lazar@sfgov.com.
No.
Yes, look at it, page 241.
Okay.
That's not his email address.
Okay, can I just provide a broad overview? We're really not too much communicating here because there were 61 requests. He says there were 80. Okay, so there's a problem with this log. After an hour and a half at the education and outreach, this was acceptable to you. The next day he lost an IDR and he was violated. So there's not really, as I've said when I've come to speak under public comment, you have one simple question, which he expands by copying so many different people, and then you'll send repetitive emails to me, 505 in total, where I am bombarded with so many emails trying to piece together, here's the IDR, where's the response to it? So I'm looking at the dates.
Ms. Datesh, I was just trying to make clear to you that on a couple of these instances, you're the one who copied Ms. Jessen, and on several of these that you said Mr. Lazar did not respond, you didn't send it to his email address.
I'd like
to The ones we're speaking about are from that time period, and those 5 in question. And I would have mentioned it myself, if his answering machine had even reflected, I am out, I will be back at this time, I would have understood.
We agree with you. And
Yes.
I'd like to get back to the heart of the matter here. Have we had rebuttals yet?
No,
Okay.
this is just questions.
I have
Mr. Hyde.
a motion I'd like to propose, but maybe now is not.
Oh, yeah,
the time.
you have to wait.
Okay.
Do you have any questions or anything?
Well, I'm just going to state, I mean, I think clearly here there was a violation of 6725A. I think if a better system had been set up in Mr. Lazar's office to
His
handle
absence.
absences, this would have been averted. He would have invoked the 10-day extension. So I think just purely on that, I would be inclined to find that violation and move on. The rest of the stuff is interesting, but it's not substantive, and I think
I'm happy to second that motion.
Well, wait, we haven't gotten to that point yet, but when we get to that
When
point.
you get there.
Yes. Are there any more questions from the members of the task force? If not, then I would like to invite Mr. Lazar up to a rebuttal or concluding remarks. Or Kate, whoever's going to.
I just discussed this with Howard, and it seems that there was an auto reply when he was out of the office, referring people to his assistant, Alyssa Licurius. And, frankly, that's very standard, among my colleagues. You have an out-of-office reply. If you need immediate assistance or you have an IDR, then you follow up with the person designated in that email. It's not, I don't think it's necessary to have someone checking through your email if you already have designated someone to be a respondent for an immediate request. I mean, I'm going to be on vacation the next 2 days. No one's checking my email while I'm gone. I have people who I refer others to for assistance.
Mr. Lazar?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, no, I was just giving you your time, so if you have any.
Oh, this is rebuttal?
Yeah, this is any concluding remarks. I know, where are we? Concluding remarks.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we've demonstrated, even if we've been late, we've demonstrated that we want to satisfy a requester. We're not holding anything back. Unless it's confidential, of course, or redacted. But we make every attempt to do that. Our logbook shows that. And that's the logbook of the whole Art Commission. So it's like, if you want me to have my assistant go through the email every day and then spend the time responding with a generic response that he'll be back, okay, I'll do that. I'm not trying to be difficult, but I just want you to understand, and I've been before you now for 3-4 years, that I have not tried to deliberately hold anything back. I've done my best. My immediate supervisor is quite frustrated, frankly, that I'm spending too much time on sunshine requests. And one request of Ms. Datis's took 10 hours to fulfill. Another took 8 hours. And that's all logged right there. And she feels that is taking me away. She respects the Sunshine Ordinance. Of course, she has to. But there's got to be a balance here. Okay? And when you have one person putting in 80 out of the 95 requests that the whole Art Commission gets, I don't think there's a balance there. I think there's a retaliation there. Thank you.
Thank you. Paula, you have a rebuttal?
And once again, Howard Lazar has invented things. If he claims that there was an email generically that was sent out saying he's away from this time to this time, let's see it, because it's just another one of those inventions. It's a simple thing, common. People do it all the time. They set their email, I'll be away from this time to this time. That would have postponed it. That would have gotten him out of violation. His response after coming here and listening to him here and there, and you see it in your packet over many years, he's basically making claims that these sunshine requests are costing money, they're taking away from his duties, when I go in front of the Arts Commission and I say, look, why don't you just have somebody overlook what he writes before he sends it out? You will save yourself a ton of time and money. Simple reading, simple writing. We've been through this before. This is a simple thing. It's not that this one's got to do this or this one's got to do this. You just put on your answering machine, I'll be away from this time to this time, and you set your email. I'll be on vacation. I'll respond to you on this date. That would have gotten him out of this situation that he's in. So it's not an act of retaliation. You see that. He pulls that with a lot of other people. You see it in your documents. You see him slander me. I haven't spoken to this man in more than 15 years. So, clearly there's serious problems going on. If it's coming Christmas time, Stockton Street is under construction, anyone would want to know. Please give me a current map. What does it take? He's given you a link to a 2002 map. He puts 400 people out on the street. Half of them can't speak English. They're new people. No one's up in the office. They don't answer the phone. But staying on topic here, these are late responses. There was really no reason for it. He easily could have avoided the situation that he's in now, and he's in violation. We all know it. Somebody needs to educate this guy. He has no clue what the Sunshine Ordinance is. And after 41 years, that's pretty sad.
Okay. I would like to know if there is a motion to find a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Motion to find a violation of 6725A.
Second.
Oh, I was going to. All right.
So it's been moved and second to find a violation. Is there any public there's no one here. Is there any public comment about this? I will close public comment. Can we take a roll call vote?
On the motion to find violation of Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.25A.
Can you read what that ordinance is too, so everyone's clear? Sorry. What 67.25A is?
ADC of response.
It's the IDR? Okay, you don't have to read the whole thing, but it's the IDR. Okay.
Timely response to an immediate disclosure request.
Okay. So the A? A is that. Okay, so you can do roll call vote.
On the motion, Member Nee.
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Highland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant.
Aye.
Grant, aye. The motion passes.
So what I would like to suggest before you guys leave, Kate and Mr. Lazar, is that because you guys are a public body, and there has to be a way that even if someone's not there, that there is maybe a change is being implemented, that there's something.
As I said, it's very standard for us to have a designated colleague be responsive to our emails in our absence. Mm-hmm. I do not think it's reasonable for you to require us to have someone check our emails in our absence. I think that is sort of goes beyond what's appropriate. I think if someone is in need of a document and there's a person who is part of the auto response in an email, that person can contact that person and get assistance.
Do you guys have that?
Yes, everyone has a designated person in their absence when they go away from the office. So for example, you can email me now. You can see that in my absence, if you need immediate assistance, you can contact Ann Tricky, and I include her email address. And so I think that we will not adopt a practice where we have our colleagues checking our emails. We will stick with our current process, which is to have a designated colleague in our auto response for immediate assistance.
For your emails and your phone?
Yes.
There's someone that is already,
yes.
I kind of misunderstood
Yes.
that. Member Nee.
Yes. Perhaps Member Fisher could, since she's a damn sight more tech savvy than I am, but I believe it's possible to get email, to program emails to be automatically forwarded to a specific address, is it not?
Yeah, you can do a dot forward. That's very simple. It's one little hit. But I'm kind of going to agree with Ms. Patterson Murphy here that, at least in my realm, in my world, if I'm away, I don't want anybody going through my email, but if you really need to get me, it's going to say, in my absence, contact Jose Veraga at this number or this email. If you can't find him, I'm kind of going to go in the middle with it.
If it's, if it's coming to your sfgov.org address, presumably it's in the conduct of city business.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, then there is that, I think there is a burden, there is a responsibility there on the part of the agency receiving the request to do everything that's reasonably feasible to make sure that these things can be handled in somebody's absence. And if the technology is there to have an email forwarded automatically, why not?
I'm just going to answer this, and I don't want to drag you guys through this.
Yeah.
It would just bring, there's 29,000 people that work for the city or something ridiculous.
It's the biggest employer. The city is the biggest employer in the city.
I just think it would be a huge
I think
burden.
it's very unreasonable request. I think that, again, if someone is desperate for information, then it's incumbent upon them to reach out to the designated colleague. And you're presuming you have to create rules. Well, you clearly don't understand technology, because I would have to create rules around people who send me emails to anticipate that Paula is going to send us an email and have that forwarded. So I just think that you're overstepping, and I think that what is reasonable is that we continue our practice of making an additional staff person who is required to be responsive for a request the designated respondent to any immediate disclosure requests or any sort of content that requires immediate action on our outgoing emails and voicemail, like we already do.
Ms. Patterson,
I agree that that's
I suggest
wait.
take a breath
One at a
here.
time.
You have a system in place. It failed.
Thank you.
No,
No,
have
it did
a system
not
in
fail.
place, It failed.
Did not fail. I disagree with you.
You don't have a reply email saying in my absence contact XYZ.
You do.
Yeah,
have
he
that,
did. He did have a reply email.
which is what
we didn't have it, but we do that.
That's what wasn't
And so now it's
clear.
hearsay.
Yeah.
And
no,
so
but just
Hold
to
on,
be
just
clear,
hold on.
that was not
I
clear that you guys, for me,
As a
that
task
there
force-
is that. Oh, let me finish and then you can go. That there was a reply email that in your absence, it sounded like you just said, I'm out of the office, I will return on blah, blah, blah. Instead of saying, if this is an emergency or whatever, please contact whatever your assistant's name is. So then Paula would go to that person theoretically and say, I have an IDR. And then that way, that's what my understanding. So there is a misunderstanding that if you were out of the office, that your email says, I'm out of the office till January 11th, in my absence, blah, blah, blah. So what you're telling me now, you do have that established.
Did you have that?
I believe I did. My assistant set it up. I was gone.
Okay.
I believe it. In fact, we were anticipating this. We were trying to look for it, and she didn't have it on her computer anymore. Okay?
See, that's the thing. If you're having what you said, I'm perfectly fine with that. I don't know what other members. I'm fine with that because then it does a line of communication still there.
I agree.
But if it's not, that's where I have a problem. That he's out of the office, and so no one.
There's
can
no
answer.
recourse. I agree.
Yes,
I totally agree.
So that's
but
my point is,
we do have a system that we adhere to for the most part. I do not follow up on how, everyone else
Madam Chair.
does that.
Got it.
Can I just suggest that
Member
this is the
Pilpel.
discussion that should happen at the follow-up hearing?
Yeah.
And so I'm hoping that you'll refer this somewhere and that can happen.
Yeah, and then, but now
people seem like
understanding
they're
that and
getting
being
all-
clear about that, then it doesn't seem that there's no recourse, and that there is a recourse, that you guys do have a recourse there, so.
We do.
So, okay, I'm gonna, just to let you know, I am gonna refer this to compliance so that you can come back and you can explain this to us.
Great.
Thank you very much for attending.
Just
Good
for
night.
the record, there was no
Good night.
email
Okay,
saying
thank you, we're
anything.
done, I'm done with this for tonight. You can come to compliance amendments and you can bring it up again, but I don't want to talk about
Why
it
do I
anymore.
have the opinion that I'll be
That's it.
before you again and again and
Okay,
again?
we're done.
We're done for tonight, but
For
thank
tonight.
you for coming.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But then they'll make up another mistake.
We'll see you again.
Okay. Let's go to the, Paula, I am done with this tonight, so please, respectfully, are you going to get back on the microphone now?
I have
We're
got a
done.
grant. I'm going back east.
Done.
I'll
Great.
stay with you.
Bye-bye.
You want some good news?
You're right. I want the next item on the agenda,
the good
which
news.
is the minutes.
We have to get out of here by
Yeah, we've got to be out by 9.
Item number 10, approval of minutes from the May 1st, 2013 regular meeting.
Madam Chair?
Where are we? Item number 10. Okay, here we go.
For Madam Chair?
Yes.
For items 10, 11, and 12, I have corrections, and I would move to adopt those 3 sets of minutes, May, June, and July.
So moved.
Or I just moved it.
Did you move it?
Second.
Second? Thank you. So I've looked at them, so no. If there is no discussion or whatever, I'd like to move to, to pass the motion without objection. Is that cool?
On the motion.
Did you need to call the other?
We don't
No,
need
we
to do a
can-
roll call.
yeah,
We can do it pass without objection.
Item number 10, 11, and 12 is concerning the minutes of May 1st, 2013, June 5th, 2013, and July 9th, 2013. We have a motion to approve these minutes as a minute, I assume to be provided by Member Pilpel shortly.
Right here.
Great. So can you go to the next items? Just you can
Without
go
objection on that?
13 to 21.
Should we take the vote on item 10 through 12 while I have?
Didn't we just do that? We just passed it without objection.
Oh, without objection.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Sorry, I did not hear
It's
that.
okay. Let me call it first.
Next on the agenda is item number 13, approval of minutes from the August 7, 2013 regular meeting.
Can we, can I do this? Can I go through 13 through 21? Is there any, I've looked and I want to see what.
Item number 13 through 21, approval of meeting minutes of August 7, 2013, September 4th, 2013, October 2nd, 2013, November 6th, 2013, December 4th, 2013, January 30th, 2014, February 5th, 2014, March 5th, 2014, and April 2nd, 2014.
Great. Okay. Because we've all given, have you given our, I'd like to move that we approve these.
Second.
Great, thank you. Now,
So the bad news on this is I did some work on these, but there are still problems with at least the first 3, and it requires some research. I can highlight those, which is why I couldn't get through these, and I just wanted to take a moment on that. I want to explain.
yeah, and I'm going
Okay.
to explain to you my concern when we're sitting
That's
up here.
fine.
I just want to tell you something. So when we're sitting up here and talking about people not getting their minutes in and things of that sort, we've waited like the whole year for you. Listen, and then I'm going to let you talk. We've waited the whole year to get these minutes approved or whatever, and waited for one person. And all of us have looked through them, and we haven't had any really big changes. And if we have had changes, we've submitted them to Victor in a timely fashion. So it becomes really hypocritical that we're sitting up here and that we are approving minutes from August of 2013, and now we are in May of 2014. So I really, I appreciate all the efforts you're doing, but it has to be done in a timely manner. And there's a point where we can't wait anymore for your changes when all of us have looked at the minutes. And if we've had changes, we've instituted them. So I just want you to understand my position on this. So I'd like to hear your point right now.
Right. So 2 points. One, the issues that we talked about earlier were preparation and posting of draft minutes. We have been, as I understand, totally in compliance, creating draft minutes within 10 days, posting those. There's no specific requirement about adopting minutes. Bodies take time, it varies, and my view is as long as the draft minutes are posted and available, one should get the minutes correct before adopting them, and that's why I have taken the time to try to do that. So I wanted to call out on at least the August, September, and October minutes, if you'd like to turn to that, or I can just point out, on the August minutes, it starts out by saying all members were noted present, and then There was a motion to continue, and the motion passed by the following vote, 7-2, with 2 members noted absent. So it doesn't reconcile that all members were present and then members were noted as absent. Either they were or they weren't. But it doesn't. That doesn't check out.
That's a victory. I feel like
so that's not reflecting the actions of the body. I don't know what that vote was. Either that vote was 9-0 and all members were present, or the vote was 7-2, in which case all members were not present at the beginning of the meeting. Either way, it's not.
People are late.
But then in all of our other meetings, when the roll is called, if someone is absent, they're noted absent at roll call, and then it says that member or Vice Chair Fisher arrived at a certain time. So these minutes don't accurately reflect what happened, and that's a problem.
So
if I can point out the other 2 items, and then we'll figure this out.
Yeah, but I don't want to do it for each.
Okay. Well, they're very simple. Okay. So page 2.
But you should have given that to Victor. Do you see my point, though?
Okay. I'm doing my level best to get through the work here, and I'm not sure why this is all on me. If I can,
it doesn't have to be. There's a motion now, and we can vote, and we will pass it, and we will move forward.
Okay, but I'm trying to point out these other inconsistencies.
You should give them to Victor.
Okay, I'm trying to point. It's the body. I'm not finished with my statement, and I'd really like to be able to finish.
Finish your statement, but we're still going to take a vote.
Okay, we can do that. On page 2 of the September 4th minutes, it indicates that on a particular matter, the vote was 6-2 with 2 members absent. Member Sims is listed both as voting aye and as being absent. That's difficult to accomplish. Congratulations, but somehow that needs to get reconciled. And finally, on page 2 of the October minutes, Derek Kerr submitted a 150-word statement, but was not listed as having made public comment on that item. As we know, the 150-word statement is only allowed for those individuals who make public comment. So I couldn't tell from here if Mr. Kerr spoke in public comment on that item, or if this was on the wrong item or what. It's not clear. It doesn't follow. And so if the motion is called, I will vote no, and I don't think these minutes are ready for prime time. And I think we run a greater risk of adopting minutes that are inaccurate than continuing minutes to get them right when we have draft minutes posted and available.
So my response to that is that you have had the opportunity, again, to present these to Victor, as we all have. And a year later, I think the timeliness factor is an issue, and I think that is really concerning me.
This isn't a year later.
This October?
It's not a year later.
I think that you should have that conversation with Victor, because I know he's made himself available to you for any kind of changes.
And why have other members not noticed those inconsistencies? Why do I have to call that out?
That's your issue. That's things that you've seen.
So the other members around this table have reviewed and found that this is accurate?
It doesn't matter.
It does matter. The minutes are supposed to be accurate.
Victor goes through the final thing before he posts them, so for the final minutes.
No, these are the draft minutes for us to adopt.
Are you guys ready to take a vote? There's a motion and a second. So
who made and seconded the motion?
Mr. Hyland, it was moved by Member Oka, seconded by Member Hyland.
Yeah, I made the motion.
I seconded.
Take a roll call vote.
On that motion, Member Nee.
Aye.
Member Nee, aye. Member Washburn. Washburn absent. Member Pelpel.
No.
Pelpel, no. Member Sims.
Aye.
Sims, aye. Member Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Member Oka.
Aye.
Oka, aye. Vice Chair Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Chair Grant.
Aye.
Grant, aye. The motion passes.
So what I'd like you to do before you post the files, since they've been approved, is to give it another once over and to make sure that what you can see, because I've looked at them too. So if you see things that are wrong, please make those corrections.
Yes, I will have
Before you post
my
them.
assistant
Yes.
do one last review on these before they're posted. We have an office assistant who helps everybody.
Perfect. Okay, great. Can we go to the next item?
Item number 22, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items.
So we worked on this regarding the annual report,
Well, there's two things. The Rules Committee supposedly is meeting on May 15th, and they are going to be, what's going to happen on the 15th? They're going to make their,
I believe that the
supposedly.
Rules Committee will be considering appointments to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on the 15th.
On the 15th.
It is unofficial, but I believe that will happen.
So they've asked us, which we won't have, but asked us to have the annual report so they can take a look at that. Louise and I did a draft of our part, and Member Washburn and Member Pilpel still have to get their parts in for the subcommittee to add to the report, and once that's done, then we'll be finished. So I would love, if you guys take that home. We've done it.
We've already taken into account a lot of our
Your
fellow
guys'
members' comments, and we've already kind of folded them in here.
So if there's anything that we're missing.
This is representative of all of us.
Yeah, and if there's things that you don't see or want on there, please let me know, or let Victor know, and then we'll, add some more stuff in there. But in the meantime, when do you think you'll have your subcommittee stuff done?
I never got clear direction about the format, so I'm not sure how long or what content. I hadn't seen this before.
One?
I have seen the previous ones. I haven't seen this before just now. This is the first time I've seen it.
Yeah, because we just finished it today.
Okay.
So
it's not on the agenda for discussion.
No,
and
it's
I
not.
would,
No, it's okay.
And I would note that the annual report is a requirement of the full task force, and so I think this, as the task force, we need to consider adoption. It's not something that's delegated to any individual to create. I mean, an
But you have
individual
to
can
create your
prepare.
part. You have to create your subcommittee.
I can
Washburn,
prepare that.
Prepare it and then bring it for your next meeting. That's all I'm asking, so that we
Well,
have
we talked about it at the committee meeting, and I didn't get comments from the other members present about content for the EOT portion. But what I'm saying is that the full. What I'm saying is that the full annual report needs to be adopted by the task force.
Task force, exactly.
Okay, so
But
you're handing this out as a draft for us to review.
This is our, from the annual report portion that we've done, and then your portion, and Member Washburn, who's going to give me a copy at the latest by Monday, we're going to put that into this, send it out to all the task force members, and then at the next meeting, you'll adopt it. It will not be ready if they do this by the Planning Rules Committee, but you will have something, if you guys get yours part done, a final draft or something to look at, to adopt, to talk about at the next meeting. So we need the subcommittees and for your portion of the
I
thing.
understand. So we're not acting on this tonight,
No.
but we'll act on this at
But
a
you'll have
future
it.
meeting.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you'll have it.
And then can I just say that this
And
purports...
it's not in any format or anything. It's,
I understand. It purports to cover the period of May 2012 to April 2014?
yeah, because that is when, I know you're going to say January. I wasn't here, so I don't feel comfortable talking about January to April.
Okay. Well, then I think we need to somehow explain that what happened during that period, either in the report or that it's not in the report, because that period has not been covered by an annual report. And we also, I think, need to explain why there was no annual report submitted last year.
Right. Okay.
I had some other items as well when you were done
So
with
we're
this.
continuing with comments. Any announcements?
Further announcements? Okay. So on a positive note, tonight's meeting represents approximately the 20-year anniversary of the task force. I believe the first meeting of this task force was held April 27th, 1994, which is why April 27th is our magical appointment date. I have served on and off for half of that time. I believe Member Nee also has served for 10 or 12 years. So I just wanted to mark that occasion because it literally has been 20 years that the task force has
So this is
existed.
our China anniversary.
Or something.
Okay.
The ordinance was adopted in 1993, but the members of the task force weren't first appointed until the spring of 1994. So I just wanted to note that anniversary. On Monday night, the Ethics Commission met and heard the referral from the task force on Dominic Mayanke versus the Rec Park Department. I was there and spoke, as I believe you heard about earlier. The Ethics Commission did not find a violation as to Mr. Ginsburg, who was sent over. It appeared likely to find a non-willful violation, but did not believe that Mr. Ginsburg was the right individual. So they are referring the matter back to the task force for further proceedings, and we will, or we should anticipate getting a referral back from them. We'll have some options at that point about how further to proceed. There was much discussion about due process. I learned about Reputation Plus. Anyway, in any event, I wanted to...
What was the issue about due process?
What due process was required for Mr. Ginsburg or for any other individual who was included in a referral but wasn't originally named in the underlying complaint.
Because we added him at the end later.
Right.
Because,
So-
remember?
And we gave him multiple opportunities to appear.
To appear, but we only, remember we invited him, we had done the complaint a few times, and then we said, to be clear, let's put Mr. Ginsburg on that. So it was later in the
There was
process.
discussion about that and a number of other issues. We can discuss that at greater length when it comes back, because we'll have to do something about it, presumably. But I just wanted people to be aware that that happened on Monday. The Alan Grossman versus John St. Croix case is being heard tomorrow at the Court of Appeal. I'm going to try to attend, and we've asked for some explanation about that at a future meeting, but I wanted people to be aware tomorrow's the hearing on that. I wanted to appreciate Chair Grant's work for the last 2 years. I know that your resignation takes effect tomorrow, so you won't be with us in the future, but I wanted to wish you the best.
Thank you.
You're not going to hold over?
No, I'm going to finish this annual report thing and do a couple other things.
Okay, but you have filed a resignation letter effective tomorrow. So there's that, and I know that I still have several specific items of work to do, and I just wanted to recognize that as well. And that's all for me for the moment. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Let's see, what else is there? Any questions? And the future agenda items, the next Sunshine Task Force meeting will be May
19th. May 7th meeting has been canceled due to lack of quorum. The next meeting is scheduled for May 19th, and I currently have 6 confirmed
good.
People attending with 2 unknowns.
Okay.
You are confirmed.
Are you going to be there?
May 19th.
Are you going to be here?
19th.
Are you going to be here?
That's a Monday,
David,
I believe.
What? You're going to be here?
I can be here.
Okay.
Yes, that's a special meeting is May 19th.
Because you can't have one on the 7th. Okay.
Did I confirm?
Yes, you did confirm.
I'm confirmed.
Yes.
Okay, so you'll reconfirm to double
There it is,
check.
in my calendar.
And you did a Paula here at sfgov.
You'll. Okay, so we'll yeah, that's why it's a draft. Okay, great. Okay, I think, do you have anything, Victor?
No, I do not.
Okay, great. Well, I want to thank everybody. It has been an interesting 2 years. Thank you for all your service. I wish everyone the best of luck. And I will be finishing. No, I'll be finishing up a lot of the different items that we've talked about, though. So I'm not just going to leave or anything, but I will finish up a lot of the things that we've talked about that came up tonight. But thank you so much, and it has been a pleasure. All right. I'm going to adjourn the meeting. Do I get a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So move. Further business, seeing none.
Second? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.